We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, strike twice, rebuild this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, rebuild this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like to fight over. They try to extinguish us. We are done not seen death. Hear the awakened world scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through the fires to the to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 15
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot Comes on me now, the fortune of the realm. Come on, I sing now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
变化永远指引着两条路，向后一步是固步自封，泯然众人；向前一步是君子豹变，奇闻未也。战场与对手在变，登峰与涅槃成为了悬于所有队伍头顶的利剑。迈向登峰，鏖战远远没有结束，跌入涅槃更要经受锤炼之苦，即使是晨光熹微，也要踏上自己坚信的骑士之路。命运与心境在变，有人改换门庭，为的是在既定的轨道里改写故事；有人破釜沉舟，求的是在别人的剧本里成为变量；有人一路坦途，天赋异禀，惊艳世人，要的是境随心转，不变应万变。起点与终点在变，拼命追赶奔赴的远方，可能是猎场；整装待发的起点，可能是别人的梦想。季后赛只是新的起跑线，发令枪响，尘埃未定，莫问归途。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LPL Playoffs 2024 Summer. It's day number 6. It's the final matchup before our double elimination bracket kicks off, and it's the final opportunity to see which teams are going to be making it to the World Championships, or at least which teams have the chance of making it to the World Championship. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Jamada today, my old friend. It's been a little while since we got to cast together, and we have an absolute banger ahead of us.
Yep, we have been absolutely gifted today. Top Esports versus AL. I'm hoping it is going to deliver on all of the promises, and I'm very excited to be bringing it with you.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And I think a big test for anyone's Legend, a team that now, in terms of championship points, they didn't get any in spring. They need to win this series. It's all or nothing for the Panda Warriors. You can see yesterday, it was Weibo versus NIP. I think one of the most divided series in terms of fan support. You know, a lot of people loving that NIP roster, a lot of people loving that Weibo team. Weibo have made it into the double elimination bracket. They'll be playing against BLG tomorrow. But today, it's Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend managing to defeat FPX pretty handedly in their previous series.
Yeah, surprisingly to some, you know, a lot of hype around the FPX lineup, of course, throughout this entire year with Milky Way on it. The TT series as well, pretty close, so you was expecting perhaps, you know, a little bit more fight, but in the end, AL came in and really did end up dominating a lot of what FPX were trying to bring to the table throughout.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the first two games of the series were so one-sided towards AL. FPX started to show up towards the end, winning game 3, but it was just disappointing to see how late in the series those draft changes went away. They went away from the Aurora top, and then things started to look okay for FPX. But at the end of the day, AL a confident win there. And one little note on Aurora as well, actually. It is officially globally banned on the patch. There are issues with Aurora and chrono breaking games, so there will be no more Aurora for LPL playoffs. That's a really, really important fact when it comes to how these teams are going to be drafting. So we'll kind of, I imagine, take one step back in the meta slightly, as Aurora doesn't need to be banned, doesn't need to be first picked, etc. But let's take a look at the teams coming onto the stage today, because Top Esports, this will be their first playoffs matchup, and a team that I'm not sure many people expected to miss the double elimination bracket. Like, the fact that this team came in 3rd seed, I think is quite surprising.
Yeah, definitely quite surprising. I think also just a symptom of course, the new format here in the LPL. All of the best teams in one group. You might end up dropping a series or two here, and this is kind of what ended up happening, right? LNG really stepped up as well, coming out of their initial group. So Top Esports just shy of that top 2 to make it into the double elim immediately. But of course, still a lot of expectations for them to make it to that stage here today.
Absolutely. Top Esports coming in as an absolute favourite. You know, we were talking about the roster before the show began today, and I think when you look at this roster, it's really, really difficult to make any argument for any substitution. You know, even Cream in the mid lane, who is the newest member of the squad, you know, or at least newest player in terms of the team, like, he's such a young player with so much talent. There's so much ahead of him. I think you'd be absolutely insane to substitute him. So for my money, I wouldn't substitute anyone on this team. And there are very few rosters in the world that can brag an unswappable roster like that.
Yeah, it's a super team, realistically, right? Yeah. Top Esports have had these kind of quality of rosters for the last few years now, right? The last, gosh, you would be able to give a more accurate statement on it. But yeah, this roster right now is on fire. And like you mentioned, the one person you could arguably sub out is their young prospect who is still developing in his career. Yeah. So scary, scary roster to be coming up against today if you're AL.
Yeah, and speaking of AL, let's take a look at the roster they're bringing to the table. Because for my money, this is like a mercenary squad, right? Where you've got Ala, who he's been a mercenary in the league for a long time, bouncing between teams. You know, Croco and Kael moving over from the LCK to join the squad. Shanks and Hope both coming from WE, but having varying levels of tenure there. You know, Hope has been bouncing between teams in the LPL for a while. Shanks obviously was the franchise name within WE and then joined AL alongside Hope. And I feel like all 5 of these players were searching for something new, you know, searching for something that might be able to just get them over that line. And it feels like they found it. They've managed to make it into the top 6 of the LPL, which is no mean feat. The problem is they didn't get any championship points in spring. So now they have to take down Top Esports to try and make it to Worlds, to try and make it into that double elimination bracket. It is the ultimate test for this AL squad.
Yeah, it really is. And they've been on the up and up, like you mentioned, throughout summer. The addition of Arla to this roster, and then also, of course, Tabe coming in the coaching staff as the main coach. Yeah. It has really seen major improvements to not just how this team functions on the Rift, but also draft priorities, creativity in draft as well, and just individual prep team by team. So again, I feel like, to me, AL, we've kind of painted them as the underdog here, and for good reason. It's going to be aspects like that coming in with very kind of curveball-y strategies from time to time throughout this series to really try and throw Top Esports off their game to take this series down.
Yeah, I do feel like a lot of it's going to be down to early game leads. Both of these teams are very good at closing games out when they get ahead. I do wonder how AL are going to approach the draft in terms of like what's weak side, what's strong side, how are they going to attack top esports? Because across the board, top esports laners are exceptionally strong. TN is having one of the best splits of his life, and AL, I think, you know, in the solo lanes especially, I think there's a real opportunity to try and take top esports on. In the bottom lane, I'm a little bit scared for Hope and Kyle. I think Hope and Kyle have been a very, very good 2v2 this year. I don't think there are many 2v2s in the entire world that are on the level of Jackie Love and Mako. And it's a similar story in the jungle where TN is just on such form right now. I'm really curious what AL are going to cook up to try and counter some of this absolute strength from top esports.
Yeah, I mean, someone on AL can just tell TN that it's actually finals today, and maybe he doesn't show up. That's like the only thing, like, because not only, again, you have to worry about the bot lane matchup because of how prevalent Mako and Jackie Love are on form right now, but the fact that you've then also got TN in one of the better forms he's been in recent years, it is just, again, a scary prospect top to bot. You look towards the top side. Sure, Arla can be a huge difference maker, right? On the kind of champions that he can lean on where you can occasionally dip into like some split pushing type champions. 369 is the rock of the LPL as far as top laners are concerned. So if you ever want to enlist someone to really kind of straddle down a player like Arla and keep him in check, 369's your man. So again, for AL, it is going to be a very big uphill battle, but it's more about what they're actually going to be willing to do to make sure that top esports aren't getting their favorable positions, aren't getting these early game leads. And then, like you mentioned, whilst both these teams are good at closing out their leads, it's really going to, I imagine, end up being a very big mid-game scrap because of that.
Yeah, I really hope so, because I think the mid-game is where both of these teams are at their strongest. So if we can get a fairly even early game and lead to some big scraps in the mid game, I think that will be where this is absolute quality League of Legends ahead of us. Before we jump into the series itself though, let's take a look at our league's MVP for this split, TN.
拿着回口血，还要硬动吗？跳爆了，直接上来了，要动。亨利应该是能换到铁男，但是铁男那边临死也带走了一个小天，被动解码了，人打不过，亨利又中了1，要被睡了，小天
冲你后排了啊，跟这一下我的一个用词。防身保住了一个龙，但是位置上面能走吗？大树直接冲进去，卡萨已经拿到了微微的一个人头，这个这边还可以再点的这个复制体，想要追嘎拉被 Q 力能减速到。
这个 Love 的护盾一直没有被破掉，小天随时准备从侧翼冲出来，先过来去打技能，哦，一直就被秒了区域。
拿掉了一个猪背，但是自己也被瑞兹控到。小天这边跟紫卡要打，换掉了紫卡。还能打嘎拉，嘎拉如果死掉的话，等于小天要全杀了，没有输出了。
W 挂上了，
自杀，天神下凡，这个赵信收割了比赛。
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. TN, an absolute beast. That 1v4 clip at the end of the highlight reel as well. Like, nobody's even playing Xin Zhao right now, and he's getting quadra kills on the pick. Yeah, TN has had, honestly, an unbelievable year. And for a player that has been so criticized for his international performances, for his finals performances, but when it comes to the regular split, I mean, I don't know how he turns it on and off the way that he does, but when he turns it on, he's unstoppable.
No, he really is, and again, it just provides slightly more worry for me for AL and how they're gonna really try and lock him down, right? I think that, again, the scarier part about TN is he's been very versatile and he's been able to pull out these very strong performances on a multitude of picks. Obviously, that Xin Zhao clip was one of the many scary things, but carries, utility picks. He's one of the few junglers I feel like in the LPL right now that aren't just kind of strictly dedicating themselves to only AP carry junglers or only tank junglers and engage supports. He is really dipping his fingers into every single pool he can.
He certainly is, and we'll see if he can flex those muscles today. See some of the team's statistics ahead of you there. And Top Esports, I think, are a really interesting team statistically when you look at how they play the early games, especially because their objective control is obscene. And it's like most teams, it's like Herald percentage high or Dragon percentage is high. For Top Esports, it's just both. Like, just all neutrals are extremely high for this team. But looking at the mid lane, I think the most exciting matchup on the entire map, the only one that even comes close, is that top lane. Shanks has had an incredible split for himself, but Cream has gone from an up-and-comer to a top mid laner, undisputed. Shanks will have his work cut out for him today.
Yeah, part of the OMG lover in me still hasn't quite forgiven Cream for what he did in the playoffs of summer 2023. But he has certainly redeemed himself throughout a lot of this year. And, you know, again, he's continued to develop into such a star player, right? And he was always the kind of player and the potential that we could see out of him coming into this year, fully being realized right now on this roster. And like you say, this is effectively really the matchup to watch. I feel like on the other side, Shanks is such an explosive player when, you know, he's kind of given the freedom to be via the draft. And I feel like today, if I'm AL, if there is a player that I want to give that level of freedom, you know, my first pick probably will be Shanks.
Yeah, I do think that it's going to be an exciting matchup. I'm really curious where the draft goes, especially with Aurora taken off the board. And, you know, rest assured, Cream is a good AD carry player in that mid lane. His Corki's been great. His Tristana is pretty much unrivaled. Luckily, we've not seen any more Kai'Sa. So as you say, none of those 2023 shenanigans coming our way. Kai'Sa's been left to the specialists down in the bottom lane so far this split. I am curious about a couple of picks though coming into this one, because I feel like for AL, Ashe was an incredibly potent pick for them in the previous series against FPX, and Lilia as well. I think Lilia and Ashe are both maybe must bans, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. I feel like, you know, the utility that Ashe can bring as well is very, very unique to her in the AD carry slot specifically. But of course, just the ability to still, if you really want to cook, you can still throw Ashe in the support role every now and again. Like, it's not impossible. Right now, we're obviously seeing it in the AD slot. So, yeah, I mean, and Mako loves it on the other side, right? So, we'll have to see exactly what level of cook we get, but especially that Lilia, we've seen a lot more prominence, I feel like, in recent series to just see it outright removed here in playoffs as opposed to even letting it go through. And frankly, I think that makes sense, Joe. Whenever I've seen a Lilia go through at the minute, even if the team ends up losing, it just seems like such a problematic champion to deal with because of the skirmishing early on, because of the fast clear speed in the early stages, or just the sleep once you hit level 6. The setup is just so strong.
Tian going around the wrong side of the desks there. I think he's meant to go around there. As Top Esports step out onto the stage. Just another day in the office for them. No emotion on the faces. As Jackie Love himself, one of the greatest of all time, steps out onto the stage as well. It's game faces for Top Esports, and rightly so, because again, this is a team that I think a lot of people touting as one of the best in the entire league, but they're not in the double elimination just yet. They have to finish this series out before they are guaranteed a chance of trying to make it to that final. Definite favourites coming in today. We'll see what kind of form they're on when they get onto the server.
Coach takes the stage. I'm very excited to see what kind of form they're in. And the likelihood is it's going to be a pretty good form. But of course, they've been out for a few weeks now at this point. Last series, of course. Kind of, I suppose, it's a benefit, but also in some ways, some people may view it as a negative, not getting that much stage time when you're this deep into playoffs where your placement is. But of course, it gives you that advantage of being able to watch your opponent go through the bracket.
I'm always torn on that conversation, because on the one hand, I can, you know, the momentum can be a thing, but all of your games are visible to your next opponent. You know, Top Esports, Maokai has had all the time he wants in the world to watch the AL VODs against FPX to prepare for this series. So, and it's not like Top Esports are new to the stage, that's for sure. Croco stepping out there, and I think Croco, one of the real standouts for AL, especially on that Lilia in the first couple of games, like flashing mid to then set up for a kill onto Milky Way in game number 1 of the series. Some real highlights coming out from AL in that series against FPX. And now the bot lane steps out, and I think these these are the two players with the biggest workload set out for them. Hope and Kyle up against Jackie Love and Mako. They need to have an incredible series for themselves. And we've seen that level of play. We've seen Hope be a top AD carry. We've seen Kyle have some incredible games this year. With the guidance of Tabe, perhaps they can make something truly magical happen here against Top Esports.
Yeah, and we're going to need to see something magical, I feel. Again, the form of Top Esports, very, very high right now. For Hope and Kyle, like you say, they are going to be doing absolutely their job's worth today in order to keep both Jackie Love and Mako in place. I'm wondering about what exactly the 2v2s are going to look like draft-wise for Hope and Kyle, because they're having a very versatile bot lane. They played a lot of different pairings, but also individual champions.
Yeah.
Whether they're going to try and match the 2v2 early aggression, things like Kalista, things like Ashe, and then, you know, a melee support, or whether it's going to be something a little bit more tame and early game or mid to late game focused. You know, the Ezreal's obviously come through a lot to kind of be a very big mid game power spike champ.
I think Ziggs as well. It's quite a big one for this matchup. Hope absolutely loves the Ziggs. We've seen that a ton. But Jackie Love, no stranger to the Ziggs. It's not been his biggest this split, but we've seen it a bunch in the past. It's very high quality for him. But also for the side of Top Esports, like, I was looking at the support stats earlier and I was like, damn, Mako is killing it. And then I realized it's because Jackie Love's played 7 games of Senna this split. So Mako, he's playing with a lot more money than most of the supports across the course of this split. Not that many teams playing a lot of Senna right now. Top Esports still very happy to go for that start.
Oh man, just to very briefly derail the conversation. 14-16, 2 patches ahead. Oh, sorry, 1 patch ahead of where we are right now. Senna's coming back, bro. Senna's
a problem.
It's a bit problematic, the Enchanter build. Hopefully adjusted before Worlds. We'll see how that lands, but yeah.
Luckily
like
for us,
Mako,
we don't have to deal with that today. Like, to clarify for everyone, that is not this patch.
not this patch. Not this patch. Sorry to talk about future stuff, but yeah, of course, Mako has worked with a slightly higher economy than most supports here in the LPL throughout this split because of that. I think it's been a good little while, though, since we've seen the Senna come out here from Jackie Love. Though, of course, like you mentioned, always an option, right? And always something where if you yourself are trying to already throw off the team that has to get creative, throwing a spanner in the works like that, definitely one way to get it done.
I think one of the players I'm most excited to watch today as well is Ala. Partly just because it's Ala versus 369, like that's just a great matchup on paper. But also because Ala, you know, he spent the last few years bouncing around different teams. Like, mercenary is very much the word I'm going to use quite a few times today because it really does describe his playstyle. And he has been one of the top laners in the league for a while, but he's never made it to a finals. You know, he's never been on one of those teams where you really truly feel that they are going to take the title. And so for Ala, I feel like this is a really big matchup, not only in terms of just proving himself against 369, but also last year, summer playoffs, it was Top Esports that blocked him on that EDG roster. You know, Ala was on that roster with JJ, Fofo, Uzi, Mako. It's Mako on the other side of the stage today. It's also Maokai, the coach from EDG last year, who's going to be coaching Top Esports today. So Ala not only is against the organization that beat him last time, he's also against old teammates today. It feels like this is quite a personal matchup for Ala.
It all comes full circle, doesn't it, Munch? There's always enough storylines to make connections like these, and yeah, you are right. Like, for Ala, I'm sure there's almost a mojo in the air for him, right? In order to make sure he performs. He's going to have to perform against the top laner like 369 early on in the laning stage as music shifts, the lights change, going into draft the game 1 of the series.
It's tense, isn't it? No Aurora. Just to remind everyone, once again, Aurora banned now. You can see it at the top of the draft there. And as such, the bans shift. Kennen taken away from Ala straight off the bat. Ashe gone, but Lilia still open. Misfortune still the first pick, so Croco has his chance to go for his favorite jungler.
Lilia's up, Yone's up for Shanks as well. If they want to just slam it, they can. They know their AD slot isn't going to be taken up with DMF already being first picked by Top Esports, but could of course hold on to it. Tristana's also still up, and you don't really want to give that over to Cream neither. So something like the Lilia Trist, also very valid option. I think it's a good denial away from Top Esports and sets yourself up for a very solid team composition, regardless of what direction you decide to go on through.
Curious to see what happens in the mid lane throughout this series, because obviously Tristana did receive some nerfs. Corki has been banned by Top Esports, which makes me think they're okay with the Tristana coming through from Shanks. And I wonder what their answer is, because things like Zeri's still on the table too.
Yep.
And AL very much thinking about it, but they do go for the Tristana in the end. There it is, immediately the Zeri.
Immediately, yeah, it's just straight away. And a Renekton alongside that as well. So no jungler locked in right now, but the solo lanes and the AD there for Top Esports. Now it's up to AL where they want to go. Do they want to lock in an ADC for Hope? Do they feel like his pool's deep enough? I mean, I feel like it is. There's not been a major focus so far on the bottom laners. Even with 2 more bans, I feel like he could still land on a Jhin, a Ziggs if he has to, right? It's not the end of the world. So if Arla's going to go towards that Kasante, wouldn't be too bad. But there you go. We do end up getting that Jhin. So more setup, right, from this AL roster now. Need a bit of frontline, a little bit more CC, and I feel like they're probably going to be very happy with a rounded composition.
I quite like, this is a controversial statement, but I quite like the Jhin lock-in. I know a lot of analysts around the world absolutely hate Jhin, but at least you know it's a Renekton in the top side, right? You know you're not against anything that's going to be absolutely stacking that armor. But Zyra banned away, Kasante taken off the board away from Ella as well.
I feel like the point that people don't like about the Jhin right now is the Shiv rapid fire build. Because
the mosquito build.
Yeah, the mosquito build, if I may, because almost in every applicable time that we've seen it, it doesn't show up. And then Jhin players are picking it into like 3 frontliners. And it's like, should I have that build? Probably not. But hey, you know, builds always fluctuate in terms of what's flavor of the month. Ivor has been banned away now from TN, and that makes a lot of sense. Double AD, Renekton top lane and engage support. And an additional Arla champion inside of that Jace gone. So what are AL going to do? I feel like top lane options, still plenty for Arla, but they're actually going to give him R5, despite the fact that he can see the Renekton. So they want him to see the entire composition and pick accordingly. And they want that Alistar more than giving it over to Mako.
I think this is AL saying, we don't want you to have an Alistar to dive our Jhin in the bottom lane right now, because there's already a misfortune for Top Esports. Brand's still available for Tien, should he want to go in that direction. The Maokai, potentially an option. Another tree since the Ivan's gone.
Yeah, another tree. It's also a point-and-click CC for Croco on this Lilia. One of the things that can be very, very annoying to do against Lilia is lock her down, and Maokai, of course, having Twisted Advance, can get that done very, very easily. Poppy hover. Poppy would be cool, and we're going to get it. Okay. And that, I guess, you know, you could technically put Maokai support if you're thinking old patches earlier on in the year, put Poppy jungle. So I suppose there's a bit of flexibility there, depending on what they're feeling, Top Esports.
I don't know how much you want Poppy jungle against Lilia, though, really. It's not like... I guess you can
I mean,
block the
it's
W,
still,
can you?
It's, but yeah, you can actually. You can W her W, but not only that, like the setup on the side lanes would also be really, really strong, right? Renekton plus Poppy, you can't survive that much burst damage. And Arla's gonna go towards the Ornn, so it's not a, you know, a big, you know, lane bully here for Arla. Those have been banned away. This is a setup top laner for the mid-game fights onwards, and a laner that's gonna be playing nullification into this Renekton.
I mean, front to back for days for AL, let's be honest. 2 giga front lines and multiple AD carries in a Lilia. Very happy to go for a full-on 5v5. The question is, can Top Esports match it? And honestly, can you get to that mid-game? Because, you know, Mako going for attempted denial with that Poppy, but lots of dive potential with a Maokai and a Poppy in that bottom lane alongside a Misfortune. The Zeri counter pick in the mid lane as well. We'll see what Top Esports can bring in their first playoffs matchup. It feels like aggression from them.
It does. It feels like a lot of aggression. Strong lanes across the board for Top Esports. Renekton on the top side, that Misfortune lane as well. And Zeri's going to do a very fine job at just keeping Tristana at bay in the mid lane. So champion's champion, they've got it all sorted. It's just about whether or not they can get that early game lead and then continue to roll it like we've mentioned many a times now so far to date. Top Esports and Among Legends, both these teams excel at closing out games when they have these leads in the early stages.
They really do. Both of them exceptionally good. I mean, their win rates with leads at 15 are first and third in the league, both over 90%. and their average game times are second and third in the league. Like, they finish games fast. These are two teams that you don't want to give a lead over to. We'll see how the early laning phase goes as we head into game number 1 between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend.
I think
It's absolute chaos in there.
yeah, it's chaos.
I'm pretty sure
in there.
Top Esports got 4 JOs there.
I also think they did too. I mean, in all fairness, I think it's pretty representative of how most people probably feel about the series. But
I mean, yeah, the fans are out in force for Top Esports.
Yeah, they are.
There's no two ways about it. For AL, slightly less fan support. But I kind of like the draft they've gone for. It's a bit different. It's certainly not number 1 meta picks in every single role. I mean, on top, we don't see that often. Even Alistair is a little bit of a rarity at the moment. But up against that Poppy, you know, it's a fairly interesting draft from the side of Top Esports. Partly just because TN has loved the carry. I was kind of expecting a brand angle. I like that he goes for being that hard engaged for the team, though.
yeah, so do I. I think it does, to a point, kind of pigeonhole Top Esports into a slightly heavier AD damage profile, right? And maybe for the frontliners of AL, and maybe some defensive purchases for the carriers of AL, that makes their life a little bit easier. But, you know, it's still about the overbearingness of what a Maokai can provide sometimes, right? They just grasp the ultimate from downtown, and how that can really close out your options can be very, very suffocating. So we'll see exactly what TL can get done as a... Yeah, that's a really nice trade.
I mean, Jackaliv just walked at Hope. He's like, you're going to have to go for this CS. I'm Misfortune. What are you going to do about it? And in goes Mako on the level 2. The auto-Q before the flash. We said they were good, and they prove it in the first 2 minutes.
Level 2, immediate aggression. Hope and Kyle just not expecting it. Mako stun doesn't quite connect, but it doesn't matter. They've just got the damage to outright kill Hope in this 2v2, and an immediate advantage gained here by Top Esports, and its first blood going over to that Misfortune. This is not the start that you'd want if you're an AL fan right now.
Certainly not. Croco on the edge of a ward was pinged there, so vision enough for Top Esports to scout him out and keeping an eye. Oh my god, look at the fan vote. 88% favorite Top Esports. My god. I mean, to be honest, they're not wrong. In terms of just outright expectations, Top are a heavy favorite. Let's take another look at this team. They just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this first trade, right, that builds up to it, and Hope can't really match it. It's just the nature of Jin, you know, level 1. It's not always going to be the best. This stun doesn't quite connect, but the Q Ignite auto, plus the auto Q here from Misfortune on Jakilov. It's just too much damage. Hope unable to escape that one.
I mean, I'm not sure Hope was quite expecting that level of aggression, but perhaps he should have been. This is Jakilov and Mako after all. TN now moves down towards this bottom lane, and the wave is pushing away from Hope and Kyle. This is going to be so difficult for them to deal with. Croco's moving down as Mako just starts the fight again. Hope loses half his health, but Mako is rooted, and perhaps a chance here for AL to answer. Mako goes down. AL answer the aggression from top.
Yeah, Mako just too quick, right? He thinks he has the angle on the wall, and he just doesn't find it, plain and simple. Gets punished, loses his flash as well in that exchange. So AL, big win, and the gold goes on to Croco, which is definitely, for me, I feel like if there's a champion in this game that can really kind of throw a spanner in the works and make sure that Top Esports get off to a bit of a weird start once these skirmishes start going, it's going to be that Lilia.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that TN is not on a carry, right? The fact that Croco gets that lead is another advantage for the side of AL. And I'm so glad that they answer some of the aggression down in that bottom side. The fact Jakilov got first blood, already has a cull stacking on the Misfortune. You really couldn't afford to just ignore the chasm that was starting to appear in the bottom lane. Croco does exactly that, so nicely played. AL keep things even, and again, that's exactly what they need to do, keep things even in this early game.
Exactly. Go blow for blow where you can. Curious about what these early objectives are going to look like as the dragon spawns up. Shanks probably looking for an exit trade pretty soon, running low on mana. Because priority on the bottom side, priority on the top side of Top Esports. It's only really the mid lane where I feel like AL can maybe force a window of priority to, you know, dip into either of these objectives. So I do wonder what that's going to be and what the priority in general will be for top esports with such a strong setup. If they can get the early stacking on those objectives, it really will put AL on a bit of a timer once we hit that sort of like 20-minute mark. And
that's something top esports have been so good at this split. They are one of those teams that, you know, there's always that conversation of trading grubs for Drake, right? And which one do you prioritize? Top esports one of the teams that don't really believe in trading. They sort of try and go for both. And sometimes it's punished. Most of the time, I'd say they pretty much get away with it. It's a skill not many teams possess, but they're certainly good at it. See if that's going to happen again today, because AL have also been pretty good at contesting those objectives. We saw that against FPX. They really were in control of those early games a lot of the time, especially the first 2 games of that series. And speaking of in control, Croco, kind of the ringleader, it feels like, of the team, moving down towards this bottom side. But Ala looking for the horn combo, triple brittle. Comes on through, 369 just clears the wave and keeps on trading. He does not care for your call on the Forge. Gun, and now down the bottom side is Jackulov. Is caught out, but Croco, low on HP himself. The sleep will save the day, and Hope takes the kill.
Croco and AL find some trades on the bottom side, whilst Tien up here, he's doing the grubs, and they have a good idea that this is going on. I'd say that's alright for AL as long as they can get the dragon afterwards, but Croco's so chunked out that they're not going to be able to trade that objective either, so it's just that play on the bottom side for that. Tien, he has flash.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
The trigger.
Wasn't sure if he was going to flash for that one, but you know, Shanks has W and flash. How far are you willing to travel? Because they didn't actually know for sure that Croco had gone for that reset. They suspected probably, but you never can tell. Croco now going to come back out from base. He's got some Merc Treads and a Fated Ashes, but Tien is already on the objective. We said they like both. They're getting both again.
Yeah, look at this. So this is actually Croco's very early pathing paying off. We didn't really talk about it, but he started Wolves, and that cycle eventually allows him to get this one invade to hit level 6 whilst this skirmish happens. And it just turns into such a one-sided affair. Croco just barely... Jackulov was in the auto attack animation as he dies to kill Croco.
Close.
Just about misses out on that kill. That's a good play for AL.
And again, we keep on seeing top esports make a positive play somewhere. It's answered by AL. This is what we wanted to see. This is what is required from AL if they want a chance in this series. But now top esports, they go again. Roots in the bottom lane. Hope tanks it and cleanses, pushed into the bullet time, but he flashes to safety. Mako might be too deep on this one, but Cream is covered as well, and Kael has found himself alone. He's not the one that wants to be farming underneath the tower. He's only level 5 on the cow, and top esports are having beef tonight.
Yes, they are. There's not really a trade for AL anywhere on the map. Maybe Croco can sneak across, get some camps, but that's about it. And in comparison to the waves missed, the plates gained, and the kill, it's just a wholeheartedly top esports favored trade. Shanks will take a plate here at the very least to try and make some of that gold come back in their favor.
And I really like the way that top esports focused on the top side first to get the grubs, then came bot side, do the Drake, do the dive then, when there's really nothing for Croco to trade elsewhere. Croco was not a part of the play, couldn't influence anything there, and couldn't really trade on the top side because the objectives are down. Now trying to steal away some chickens. Might just be able to do so with the dot there, but no. Tien gets the smite. Jackulov, though, has stuck around perhaps a little too long. Stunned up. Hope should be able to finish the job. Flash comes out from Jackulov, but the 4th shot is just too much. Surprised to see the flash, to be honest.
Yeah, so am I. If he had barrier, I'd get it. Jackulov just thinking he'd squeak out. Unfortunately, loses his flash. Kill goes over to Kyle. Last ignite tick is what gets it. Kind of unfortunate for Hope to not get some of that gold back. So there's still a 500 gold lead for Jackulov, but still, kills traded back. Gonna feel good for AL to just try and maintain that even, or as even as possible, early game state.
So let's take another look. Recalling an award, an old classic.
What a classic.
I'm guessing Hope hits the W.
Yep. Very easy setup. Not really much to talk about in the play.
Life is pain.
Life is pain.
That's just a shame for Hope, isn't it? Yeah, it's literally 10 HP away.
Very, very sad. That is life. Hope is shadowing Arla right now. They've gone for a lane swap. Maybe they want to, of course, trade these grubs in 30 seconds time. So swapping out that 2v2 in the bottom side gives them a bit of prio here. Arla could technically TP to the bottom side to catch that wave, and that's exactly what he's going to do. There's no TP on 369 as Jackie Love bases. So Jackie Love and Top Esports could overload 5 members here into the top side, and they'll have a numbers advantage. Arla would have to crash this next wave and then move up, so there'll be a small window where Top Esports have more members. Could force the issue immediately, but AL, they're getting their setup through the top side. That's where they're going to enter the river. Top Esports, they're getting it through the mid lane.
So 369 recalled there, and he was headed towards the bot lane, but actually headed mid instead. He might look to try and match Ala there, who is on the roam up as well. We could have a bit of a 5v5 on our hands, in all honesty, as AL grouped up to try and contest, but might be a little bit late here. At least one grub is going to go the way of Top Esports. And AL now just trying to stop 5 and 6 grubs, trying to potentially find an advantageous fight. Ala here to be that hard engage as Croco gets 1 grub. That might be all they get here. Roots tanked by Kael, and now Ala looks to engage himself. Look at the combo coming through, but the bullets go wide and Jackie Love walks away. Kael low on HP, he's overcommitted and will end up falling.
Not enough follow-up, and like you mentioned, that first bullet from Hope missing means that even though Jackie Love is CC'd up, they just don't have any damage to finish up those kills, or that kill specifically on the backline. So Top Esports kind of get a bit of a freebie here. They get 5 grubs, they get a favorable lane assignment on the back end of this as well, because now Jackie Love can get at the very least 1 play, and he's just going to continue to extend this lead. It's grown out now to over 1,000 gold.
I do wonder, like, I feel like that was AL not just like losing a fight, but essentially saying, hey, we're gonna lose this fight, back away. Just sacrifice Kael, give him the grubs. We got 1, at least we denied 6. Like, because like there could have been way more commitment right here. Like, there easily could have been more.
No, I think it's hard, because not only do you have to deal with the Nature's Grasp, but 369 and TN have such a good angle if you ever move forward here. So you kind of run the risk of, you know, dealing with this threat of 369, but then also having, you know, dive in from Cream and Mako. I think it's a difficult call. Once Ala does bring in that Call of the Forge God, you just think maybe we can fish for 1 kill and then, you know, trade support for AD at best. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit awkward. They only get 1 grub for their troubles, lose the kill. As we come out of the replay, the setup has been favorable for them though, and they will get this dragon, and it will stop that early stack for Top Esports. So no major pressure unless we see a hilarious flash Q from TN right now over the wall, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would have been surprised to see him go for that one just for a Drake, but it will be AL at least evening Drake. So they've challenged Top Esports on neutrals early in the game. That's, you know, that's better than a lot of the teams.
Look, Joe, I've seen teams throw bodies at plays for less in the LPL. Speaking of throwing a body at a play, Ala, the victim of a poppy dive that might take 2 rounds.
I mean, he's pretty tanky. He is pretty damn tanky, but Cream's pretty good at taking these towers down. Stun comes on through, and a couple of lightning bolts. The Forge God meets Zeus.
Very unlucky for Ala. There's not really much he can do. Poppy can always just harass him all the way back, and he just dies for his troubles. Cream will pick up that tower. Still got a plate on it as well, and it'll be first tower of the game. So a lot of gold. Actually, 369 beats him to it.
His teammate outplays him. 369 takes the first tower of the game. To be honest, I think you're quite happy with the gold on either of them. But the fact that you're taking 2 towers simultaneously on opposite sides of the map, while the rest of your team is invading the jungle, like, it doesn't feel like, for the last few minutes, it's not felt like AL are that dramatically behind. But then you glance at the top of the scoreboard, it's a 4,000 gold lead off the back of those towers. Top Esports, they've found that early advantage that we've been talking about. And the question now is, can AL weather the storm? And the spoilers are, no, they can't. Nobody can.
All right now. And I mean, oftentimes gold leads can be deceptive, but then you also look at the items as, take a second, Mako, he's been slept.
Mako just goes in, he just walks in and like, what are you going to do about it? Tien gets his red buff. Was this worth it for Tien? Let's find out. For short, will find its mark. Hope gets one and a knock up onto 369. As in comes the Croc, and maybe AL have overstayed. They found a kill. At least they, I guess, denied the red buff. I don't know.
Tien got it, I think, before he died. I'm not actually sure. We need a replay for confirmation.
I think he did.
It's a really
So wait, actually, Hope got the red buff, so it's all worth it.
So do you remember, like, 30 seconds ago when I said I've seen teams in the LPL throw their bodies at plays for less. Let this be another example on the long list. As it's just over the red buff. Screw everything else. Who got it? It was Tien. So then Tien gets the kill credit, or rather, Hope gets the kill credit on Tien. That's how he gets the red buff. The bullet time stops AL from advancing a little bit further than perhaps they would have liked to initially, but I think that's a good thing, considering how the back end of that play played out.
And that's Cream about to finish his cult as well in that top side. So his goal lead, despite AL actually finding a positive play there, goal lead still very, very in favor of Top Esports. And these mid-game fights are what I've been so excited to see in this series. However, the carries starting to get a little bit ahead of the side of TES. And we'll see if AL can contend in some way. And this is where that sort of creative shot calling that we were talking about before can really start to come in. AL have got to find a way to get numbers advantage, to get a pick, and Croco is trying to do exactly that down in the bottom lane. 369 goes in for the trade. Oh my god, what is the damage out from 369? Dodges the knockup, and Croco is sent away, but unfortunately, the Croc is all out of clock.
Indeed he is. Herald's in the mid lane here. Kyle's trying to make a meal of it. That's the ultimate from Tien.
IL, low HP. Oh, the zip! Finds him! Cream with an Ultra Shock laser through the tower. And Top Esports start to snowball. That's a tier 2 in the mid lane. Croco comes in behind the play. Big damage on Jackula for the W denied, and Croco goes down instead. Every time you try and make a play, Top Esports have the answer.
Just do. AL tried it. Tried to answer it, but Top Esports, their rebuttal is just that bit stronger now. 369, he wants a bit of a rundown on Arla. I think he might just about have the... Well, he doesn't have enough Fury. Oh, there is no tier 1 here, so it could...
Yeah, Arla can't get out.
Yeah.
Alele yodels his last song as 369 tries to catch him. In the meantime, there's a big old scrap happening elsewhere, but Ala gets his combo off. And 369 now being surrounded. Alele turns it around and Shanks joins in the song.
Dominus 2 seconds.
369 will fall again. He just wants his 1v1, man.
Someone give this man a fair 1v1. Well, 369 he tried. He's punished. Kill goes over to Shanks, I believe. That was where that kill credit went. And this will actually have objective ramifications because Dragon spawns up as 369 goes down. So, nice pick up here for AL. 369 just feeling himself a little bit too much, to say the least.
And honestly, it's pretty big. Like, when you're looking at a composition that's got Lilia on Tristana, you've got set up with the Alistair and the Jhin as well. Like, scaling is something that's really, really nice for the side of AL. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't even...
I didn't even see that live. So walked into it, didn't he?
That's unfortunate. But yeah.
I want to see a replay of the pick that happened.
Yeah, how did
while
Kyle
all the
die?
things were
Did
going
he just
on.
face check?
Ah, dear,
Yeah.
Kyle, yeah.
Ah, well.
Okay, so he was hunting.
Yeah, Jackie Love was still on the chickens, but then just gets heroic charge into the wall. A lot of burst damage there on that, unfortunately.
And while there may be a siege happening on the bottom tier 2, this is not a Baron siege because Baron isn't even on the map yet. It's only 19 minutes into the game. We told you these two teams like to play fast. It feels late game. It isn't just yet. But Top Esports are doing the damnedest to make it late game. 2 items on both of their AD carries, 2 items on top jungle as well. And look at Bako's first item as well. Deadman's Plate Swifties. That is the fastest yordle this side of the Mississippi.
Oh yeah. Now, I do want to play a bit of copium here for AL because despite the big gold deficit they find themselves in, their carries aren't actually, you know, a large amount of gold behind, or rather, itemization-wise, they're still, you know, close in IM completions, right? And IM completions are what change champions, after all. Though, there is one big counter-argument to that, and that is that Hope is going to Mosquito. So, maybe it doesn't matter after all.
Well, he'll be fast, that's for sure.
Yeah, he will be fast.
To be fair, it's going to be hard for 369 to get on top of Hope with this build. Like, Jhin, you know, he does get pretty quick. This build is pretty much maximum quick available to him in the current patch. Let's see how Hope does in the fights, though. One thing I will say is, okay, Croco's finally head back to base, picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard. I was going to say the fact that Croco is 1,000 gold up. Tien's already finished 2 items because his items are so cheap on the Maokai. Croco looks on the scoreboard to be behind.
Yeah, it's one of those frustrating things about, you know, these tank junglers picking up some of these more supportive orientated items is they are so cheap, right? I think Lockett is 2.3k, Zeke's might just be a touch cheaper as well. Like, you know, your gold does go a long way in the jungle role.
Compared to Leandri's, which is like one of the most expensive items in the entire game. Like,
yeah,
it's not very fair.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it is fair. But like, I don't.
It is fair, but
I don't
in
think
terms
Lockett
of
should cost a lot more than it does. Just to clarify there. But.
Yep. Or maybe we should. You know, I'm always anything to hurt the support player base pool role. You know, I'm there for it.
Is there a role that you like though? I feel like you say that about every role. I know you hate AD carries. Now you hate supports.
No. I mean, so it's just the bot lane as a whole. You know, support, top, mid, hell, even jungle. Jungle gets more bad rap. You know, I don't know who jungle's lawyer is, but they need a raise. The solo lanes, they don't get anywhere near as bad the PR.
Yeah. Jungle
just as bad.
Fighting the didn't gank allegations. And he didn't gank, but goddamn, it's hard to gank with 3 losing lanes. And I feel like Croco feeling the wrath of that this game. He's 700 gold up, but you know, Jackie Love 2,500, Cream 1,500. We talked about Cream and how good of a year he's had. And I think the thing that, oh, hang on, an attempt on the top side. 369 used to slice the dice, flashes away though. Kaya locks him up. The Call of Forge God is there. Plenty of damage to finish that Croc. Croco killing a Croc. It's Crocoside.
Crocoside, he just couldn't move. Good D369. Cost them Unbreakable Will and the Call of the Forge God. So a Baron attempt off that pick is a bit unlikely, just because the turnaround tools are mostly those ones. So they will just take their pick and leave. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds time. Top Esports have the better setup, so I think AL recognize this, and they're going to try and stick around, look for a pick. But that sapling reveals the entire ploy.
Yeah.
They'll, at the very least, try and go for the tower. No, they won't. So with these late resets, I expect that Top Esports, if they want to, can just rotate down towards that dragon, pick that up. And AL, I mean, they might get there as it's finished, and maybe we see a fight off the back of that.
Important to mention, Croco has his masterwork upgrade on his Leandri's. That's a scary little deer right there. Would be sole point should AL grab this Drake for themselves. I don't know if they can really contest though. Top Esports on the scene much faster. And instead, AL gravitate towards the Baron. I think they're just going to clear vision here.
Yeah, they should be. There's a teleport top, so they're trying to cross map now. Lane assignments are a bit awkward. Shanks coming out, maybe there was a big bot wave to catch. I think there was. Now he's up here, and I mean, he will get this tower, so it's still a good TP at the end of the day. Will just take a little bit of time. But is it enough time to not get caught out,
so.
even after getting the tower? Croco and Kyle are going to have to cover.
Not. I mean, Jackalup's moving over. Too. Shanks immediately jumps. Buster shot available for him. Should Mako try and close the gap? But I mean, it's not just Mako coming, it's everyone. And Jackalup finishes the kill. I mean, that Shanks down with Baron up on the map. That is not one of the tier 1, because Baron's going to get started.
Yeah, and this should go down as well, unless Croco can make a bit of a miracle happen. This Baron's being burnt down fast. 8,000 health already.
Croco has flash, has smite. Can he find his moment?
That's what they want.
He's going to get into the pit.
He's got
he
it.
Gets it. Croco turns golden for AL. They abandon him. They know he's going nowhere. Puts the ball to sleep. Top Esports have a little slumber on the fact that Baron was nicked.
It's a group fiesta for Top Esports. They lose the big purple worm, and that's a massive amount of gold. 300 each. And no Baron buff taken for Top Esports. We'll see what AL can do in terms of delaying the game. Keeping it going a little bit longer. Or no. And I'm not sure what else. It's just a bit of AoE. Jackie Love is just still hitting it.
Wait, Allah just
missed his ult. Okay. Didn't see that in the live, but can never count out the LPL observers to let us know that somebody made a bit of an oopsie.
That one took me back to
Did he do it
TES
early?
Worlds there for a second, see the full sleep duration.
Oh man.
My
Me
goodness.
too, Joe. Me too.
What a game, though. What a game. AL have been keeping it fairly close, but Top Esports definitely the ones in control. I will say, I've been enjoying how determined and how, I guess, purposeful the play has been from AL. Like, these picks onto 369 in the side lane, I feel like they are waiting for 369 to make an aggressive move. Ala is standing just close enough to be like, ooh, you could get a good trade on me. And every single time they punish it. I think 369, maybe. I'll have a couple of words from his coach after this game, just saying, hey, look, they are hunting you. Don't go for it. Don't fall for the bait.
So whether or not 369 will have discipline to follow, which you'd imagine he would, but hey, maybe he's in a mood today. Who knows? AL, they're on this mid lane wave and they're getting engaged on. Ult from downtown and Hope's gone.
Hope's so far forward, will survive with his flash, but his front line can't say the same. Croco now just arriving in the play, but the Swill Seed goes right between the posts. Kael dies to a sapling, chased down from the slope. And now Top Esports, they've only got 1 minion to work with, but I think that tower is as good as gone. That's going to be an inhib in the mid lane, and that's going to be Top Esports with undisputable map control.
Alright, I'm going to continue to be AL's attorney for today. On the bright side, this is the mid lane inhibitor.
I don't think on the bright side is a legal term. I don't have the
Objection,
use that phrase.
objection, Your Honor. I don't even know what the objection would be. But look, yeah, good play for Top Esports. Continue to find plays across the map, and this time it's just AL trying to find a bit of a foothold somewhere with this Baron buff. And it will get them this mid lane inhibitor, give them a bit of freedom to go to a side lane. They've got this dragon spawning in just over a minute's time. And I imagine that will be their next port of call, as, again, just looking for a bit of mid lane priority. They can't find it even with the Baron. The ult from Tien forces everyone into a retreat. Hope's in a very awkward spot initially, and then Ala, first one to go on the front line. And poor Kyle, a sapling that chases him from oh so far away, may I add.
It's Cream's slow from his W that manages to get it. Fantastic, fantastic. And I mean, at the end of the day, like, AL's just pushing a bit too far forward. The jungler not there. Top Esports. This composition is so good at punishing mispositions with the Maokai and the Poppy. Very happy to just run at you. But Drake coming up. Soul point for either team. And it feels like a crucial team fight here in game number 1 for AL as Shanks gets pushed away by Mako. Doesn't really lead to anything.
Now, Croco gonna get spotted out by that sapling. AL are desperately trying to find some kind of angle here, but they don't really have a strong dedicated flanker, so they have to take it front to back. That's kind of just how the fights have to go for them.
Yeah, and look how spread Top Esports are. They're not allowing for any movement. They're not allowing any avenue to not be spotted. Roots come in. Ala going to use his charge to block it. Kyle takes one as well. Mako's on the front line, but he survives. And the bullet time just hitting that front line. Call of the Forge God now comes through, along with the curtain call. There's not really any damage coming in, though, from the side of AL. They've thrown everything, and nothing came from it. Cream dives into the mix as Croco threatening on the bottom side. Both teams nervous to overcommit as 369 just about gets away with his life. Just out of auto range there. Top Esports, they fancy themselves a Drake.
Yeah, they should get it. Croco, he's dancing around the idea. Just don't think it's going to be enough. But you can see the potential. Oh, Croco!
Flash from Mako, he's proactive, but in goes Kyle to save his jungler. Croco trying to get back into the fight again, but he's just going to get taken down. Just clicking in circles at this point. It's Top Esports. I think that might just be enough for them to break this base even further.
Yep, could even look for the end if they can get Hope here.
It's reminiscent of level 1 as Hope gets flashed on and sent away again. Ala tanking for his team, but he's just not big enough to take on 5, not with 280 carries. Top Esports even throws some roots in and it sends Shanks packing. That'll be a second inhib tower. No, it won't. Top Esports, okay, wait for the next wave. It will be the tower going down.
Tower, no inhib, but still damage done. Lasting damage to the base again of AL, and the gold lead continues to balloon out of control. It's been out of control for a while, but this reset will signal Baron being back up on the map. for Top Esports, and the setup around that objective almost certain as good flashy here from Mako, locks in Croco. Kyle tries to make the sacrificing play, but then Croco turns around because he sees where 369 is and he knows he's just gone. Not able to escape that one, and then the chase down on Smoke almost netted them even more.
What can AL do about it is the question. Trying to get this tier 1 in the mid lane. But Mako just disallowed. Mako has been playing some serious League of Legends today. This Poppy pick has been fantastic. He just runs at them regularly. The keeper's verdicts have been fantastic as well. I mean, the sheer confidence with which he is just running into every fight, and he's only died a single time.
Such a good game out of him so far today. We were questioning the Poppy pick overall and its overall ability to have impact. I think it's safe to say Mako might actually just snack himself MVP for this game number 1, to be honest with you.
It's quite possible. He's had a good one in the mid lane as well. I mean, TES engages have been fantastic. There's a bullet time, it's on zone! And that is the end of all hope for AL in this first game. 369 happy to tank them all up as Croco tries to escape. 3-man sleep is nice, but it's not nice enough to survive the buckler. Mako finishes the job onto Croco. And I think that might just be game. Jackie slowed by the trap, and it means Shanks should be able to get away. The slow from the Make It Rain is not enough to stop the rocket jump. And Top Esports are pretty much bang on their average game time, 31 minutes as they just about broach the 32-minute mark. It will be game 1 going their way. It will be a gold lead the entire game. It will be lane differences. But a bit of a fight back from AL, not going down without at least battle.
The end result still looks like a thrashing from Top Esports to bring them 1-0 up in the series, and I think a lot of our expectations coming into it met in this opening game 1, and now it's about what the bounce back will be from anyone's legend. This opening draft, a lot about just surviving the early game.
Yeah.
Ornn, Jhin, you know, Lilia with not the best setup lanes or the most, you know, high priority lanes to really allow Croco to get a good individual lead. So now, again, a shift up is going to have to occur, because if they walk into a game 2 with a not proactive draft like they just did here in game number 1, I anticipate Top Esports are just going to do the exact same thing they did here.
I really thought Ala was going to get a carry. I really thought Ala was going to get something to try and answer that Renekton in the top lane. Ornn doesn't seem like it was the answer in the end. AL lose that first game, but Top Esports, I mean, first game of playoffs, they are looking pretty much exactly like Top Esports. No need for a warm-up for that. Fantastic first game. We're going to jump into a break, find out if they can keep the ball rolling.
has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Welcome towards game number 2. Top Esports absolutely smashing AL. Let's be honest, in the first game, I feel like AL fought back in the mid-game. There was a couple of fights where it looked okay, but Top Esports, let's be honest, in control from start to finish and looking good doing it. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards the second game. And Jamada, I mean, something's got to give here. Something's got to change for AL. The draft, I think, especially, needs to be more proactive.
Yeah, now, I want to put a bit of a footnote on this because I don't think AL's draft was bad. I thought that AL's draft contextually into a team like Top Esports, more or less you just yield complete control over to Top Esports and you say, do what you want for the first 20 minutes of the game, bro. Like, you know, we'll start playing maybe when we have ults. And, you know, I think AL also did have quite a few unfortunate setups where someone gets caught out or someone gets chunked out, and it just kind of then lends to a game where you don't really get an equal fight. And there was maybe one very late into the game where they were already 5k gold down, and you saw the potential of it, but the problem was, Joe, they were 5k gold down, so it doesn't really matter at that point, unfortunately. So yeah, I feel like for AL, I want to see more proactivity because I know that they can actually bring that style of play to the Rift, and they can bring that level of play to Top Esports, right? If they do go for this kind of draft again, where it's a little bit more reactive, it's a little bit more from downtown, right? Your Ornn ults, your Jhin ults, then I need to see less individual mistakes leading up to the plays that are very pivotal to, you know, the rest of the game, right? Your Herald fights, your important Dragon fights.
And I think it's important to mention as well that, you know, like, Hope and Kyle got caught out a couple of times throughout that one, but the fact that Shanks gets caught on the top side as well, these are not necessarily mistakes that we're used to seeing players like Shanks making, get caught out in the side lanes. And there was a couple of nice picks on towards 369, but when it came to these team fights, the engagers, I guess they weren't even really team fights, were they? It's like Top Esports kind of doing these non-committal engagers with a Maokai, while Cream and Jackulov just open fire.
Yeah, and that's like the core strength of Maokai as well, is you can really just fish with this ultimate and see what position it puts, you know, the members of AL in this case. And time and time again, it resulted in, you know, Hope blowing a flash, or Hope losing a cleanse, or someone else having to tank the front line to then, you know, die anyway. This was kind of unlucky from Hope, in all fairness. You know, the back end of the Maokai missile, ruling him down inside the bullet time. But again, there just wasn't really a situation where they could have a good fight with, you know, strong and solid setup.
Tough one to the side of AL, but I mean, Top Esports doing Top Esports things, I think. Very expected performance from them. Mako, I'm so glad he did get his MVP, because you know what, that was a fantastic game of Poppy. Mickey X, perhaps inspiring people around the world. We saw his Poppy doing crazy things internationally, and Mako doing a similar job here today.
He was looking for it, that little wall there.
It's the fact that that wasn't even a stun, you know.
Yeah, like, you know, also, I'm trying in my head to rack my brain on how that wall looked before the terrain changes. And I feel like, anyway, Poppy's just a bit stronger, because I feel like that wall comes out way further down than it used to. In order to make that work. Anyhow, for Top Esports, yeah, me neither. Can't remember off the top of my head. It's been so long now. Just time and time again, you know, just so much power inside of things like Steadfast Presence, but then the heroic charges, setting up, denying, you know, escapes, things like the picks onto Shanks on the side lane were because Mako just presses W, all of a sudden Shanks can't rocket jump away, right? Like, he has to commit the buster shot, and even then you still gotta wait for Poppy to be off of you to actually cast the spell, otherwise you just get grounded. So time and time again, Mako finding good picks, finding good engages, and really was the main source of pain for me for AL to deal with in getting these fights started, trying to finish them.
Yeah, really, really tough one. I mean, it was the red buff play where he just like ran at them and survived the play. Like, that was the one that was like the most, I don't know, the most Poppy play of the entire game. Really, really good stuff coming out from Mako. And again, like, Mako and Jackulov, absolutely fantastic 2v2, absolutely fantastic bot lane. And Hope and Kyle now, I think we need to ask for more. Like, Hope and Kyle are a bot lane that have had some really high highs across the course of this year, but we need to have a better performance. Like, dying at level 1 is just not going to cut it. Getting caught out in the mid lane is just not going to cut it. They've got to step up more. And I think that sort of applies to most of the squad, but I'd say the bot lane was the largest gap in the game. coming through in the first one. However, on the bright side, AL are now moving over to the blue side. And in terms of win rate, across this split, they've got 14 wins on the blue side against 6 losses. Whereas on the red side, it's 12 and 9 for them. So definitely a team that prefers to be on the blue side of the draft. We'll see how that favors them here coming into game number 2, because I feel like if they lose on the red side game 1 and they lose on the blue side game number 2, I don't know how much faith I have that AL can come back at that point. So this one, I feel, is just so crucial for the squad.
Yeah, it is for confidence as well. And not only that, I think just going to get the games down in this kind of series against the top esports on this form, I wouldn't have the confidence in them to reverse sweep, right? 3 games in a row? Probably not. Could I see them win 3 games in a best of 5? Yeah, but like 3 games in a row? No, not happening. So I really feel like for AL, they have to find the win here. Otherwise, this more or less to me might just be the nail in the coffin, the final nail in the coffin straight up for the series. Again, we spoke about the adaptations in draft. We want to see them lean more into proactivity. Being on blue side, I think sometimes you can find those tools a little bit more easily. So let's see how things do go once we do get draft kicked off another way.
We'll have to see. Only time will tell. And the time is now. As we head into Champ Select for game number 2. Top Esports, another day in the office. AL, last chance to qualify for Worlds. Last chance to keep themselves alive in the tournament. In their first ever playoffs. The gatekeepers are Top Esports. It's a brutal lot that AL have found themselves, but, you know, it's the LPL. Neither side of the playoff bracket is easy. Zeri going to be banned, Leona going to be banned, and Kennen removed once again, as well as the Ashe. Okay, Misfortune as well. So AL showing, at least here in this game, they're not willing to first pick it. So what is it going to be? Is it going to be Ezreal, Rumble banned away, other ADs as well, Junglers still up, Tristana, Lucian is going to be the first pick here. So let's see where AL decide to go with this. I wonder if this is going to end up... In my head, for some reason, I've just got the fact that, are we just going to see Croco go to something like Ivern really weirdly? Whenever I think of Lucian mids right now, I know it's a bit of a curveball, but that's what I've got in my head. We'll see what exactly the Lucian will end up being over, whether it's Hope or Shanks. As Top Esports, I mean, Renekton first pick, Ezreal's up if they want it. Tien's got pick of the litter jungle pool right now because there hasn't been a single jungle ban either, so it really is Top Esports' world right now for this second rotation. It really depends on what they prioritize the most, and it will be that Ezreal. So, Jack11, 369, both with strong laners for themselves. I do wonder if AL will change tank towards that top side. I mean, Cassante is up and available if they want Ala to go for that. I wouldn't mind Ala going for something a little more aggressive in that top lane, but with Kennen banned away, I mean, Jax could be an option. Jace being hovered here. Okay.
Now, mind you, this was banned in the second rotation last game against AL, once Top Esports had that Renekton locked in. So this is obviously something that, you know, Ala wants to play here into 369, into the Renekton. But Top Esports had information on, and Croco will go back to that Lilia. I don't think there was any issues with the pick itself. Just again, couldn't find any setup, and now we're kind of starting to dip into AL's composition, maybe being a little bit touch and go in terms of like, it's looking kind of more towards poke and fishing through, you know, the shock blast, culling, and then of course looking for sleeps, unless they can find a really strong source of engage through the bottom side of the map with a bit more setup. For now, the Top Esports go towards that Tristana. So again, you know, solo lanes, AD sorted out. They just need a little bit of magic damage. I imagine AL after game 1 are going to remove away this Maokai. I think that that was a very problematic pick for them to have to deal with. I think that it pushed them into very awkward positions for fights, and it really disabled their ability to proactively fish with what proactivity tools they did have. Because they did have them in game 1. We just never really got to see them used because of things like Maokai just pulling the trigger super early on.
So the Zyra is still going to be respected from TN. Last time around, I believe it was Ivan Zyra with the 2 bans. So plants nonetheless, whether it's the Maokai, whether it's the Ivan, we've got to get rid of the plants. We'll see.
We hate trees.
We really do, we really do. It is weird how they all seem to go well with AD solo lanes though. Just plant junglers, man. Zig's going to be taken away from Hope. We mentioned it being one of his preferred AD carries down to the bottom side. I mean, all of the artillery AD carries are gone with the AP Kaiser and the Ziggs. The Ashe has been taken away from him. No misfortune either. Varus would be up if Hope wants to go in that direction, but we'll have to wait and see. And back to this ban. In fact, it's going to be Karma.
So what is that signaling here?
Do you know what they're saying? Just take it, tree jungle. Like, you're going to get one of the two trees anyway. Like, what's the point? Let's just give a better bot lane.
I'm really wondering what this is signaling because I'm a little bit lost for words on the Karma. Obviously, Karma Ezreal, very, long-standing duo bot lane. Very
It could be Renata.
What have you got?
It could be Renata Kalista, right? We've seen a little bit of Kalista Renata.
Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a really good shout, Joe, yeah. And I mean, this hover is going to... Great call, Joe. Fantastic call. And I mean, it was one of the calls that we made as we were coming into this game. They didn't play it too long ago either. I want to say either a series or two ago. So, yeah. This is going to be AL trying to smash this bottom lane. And that's what that Karma ban is there for. So, what Top Esports going to do? Poppy, I mean, Kalista doesn't get to play the game. You press W on top of her for a second and a half. She can't right-click.
Yeah, Mako's just like, you know what? Different game, same thing. Who cares? I'm just slapping Poppy again. It's so good against the Kalista. It's pretty good against the Lucian. Decent against the Lilia. I mean, it's good against Jace as well. I feel like it's a pretty solid angle for the Poppy. But aggression for AL, that's what we asked for, and that's what we have received. Ala with a lane that he can win. Hope and KL with a lane that they can win. Let's see if AL with a bit more early presence can actually contend with Top Esports.
Yeah, no. It's all about how Top Esports can deal with this 2v2 on the bottom side. I feel like for them overall, the composition, like you said, you mentioned it for Mako, it's, same stuff, different day. I feel like for the composition as a whole for Top Esports, it's pretty much the exact same thing. They're just down that misfortune. AL, it's a much different landscape, right? They don't really have any direct engage. It's all going to come from long range. It's all going to come from shock blasts and swell seeds and I forget what the Kalista Q is called. I want to say it's called Pierce. So,
it is called Pierce.
Spear throw.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. All of that kind of poke and then looking to find advantages through health bar. That's really where AL are going to thrive. But this early lane stage is where I'm really curious about what is going to transpire in the 2v2. Or even if we get 2v2, this would be a fairly prime game to lane swap if I'm Top Esports here. You could potentially set behind Jace, and you could potentially stop Kalista from getting the 2v2 she wants. Let's see if it happens. We haven't seen many lane swaps recently, but if there was a game to see it in,
And
I don't think this would be a horrible one for it.
Honestly, Top Esports are quite happy to play in a lane swap. Anyway, let's have some JOs. The LGD JOs come through, as they always do. You can see that the energy in the arena today is fun energy from the fans. As Jackie Love going to look for a cheeky little cue before the lane starts. And, I almost missed the JOs because I was too intrigued by the conversation. However, we will not be seeing a lane swap here. I think I'm going to try and clear this ward, but Hope and I'll look to defend it, and we'll be able to do so.
Indeed, that's really big for the 2v2. Yeah.
This is going on. This is going on. Shanks is moving over. Mako's low as Hope is chunked, but he's played long enough and he gets a slow onto Mako. Can Shanks finish the job? Flash from KL. One more auto finishes it, and Shanks gets first blood. Jackie Love now looks to extend the trade, but he's 2v1.
I love this region. My region. Creep. he's gonna be able to have a free lane for a good couple of seconds here. A melee minion will be missed, but I mean at the end of the day, Shanks got first blood. He's probably not too peeved about this at all. Let's see what it actually means for the lane.
I feel like we've seen it a couple of times now in this series. AL doing a good job of reading Top Esports. They're like, look, Jackie Love and Mako extend this trade. They go for more. Shanks moves down and punishes. So many times in the previous game we saw 369. But Hope has to flash away. Jackie Love's low on HP, but Hope can't really get back in the action. And Mako survives. They turn it back around.
Oh my goodness me. Blood for the Blood God bottom lane going on right here. They've got a freeze. JackeyLove's going to thin it out a little bit on his way out, so he's going to look for a reset. They're thinking Hope's gone back to base. He gets level 2, a little bit of extra HP, and he's not going to show until he feels confident that JackeyLove and Mako have gone back to base. Now he will. JackeyLove and Mako are in base, so he can... Look, man. A hope and a dream. See what I did there? He's going to have to crash anyway.
He will. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, gets the crash. There's a cannon to soak it, so I think JackeyLove gets most of this.
He gets most of it. Yeah, he gets most of it.
Okay, weird
get
start.
XP.
Yeah, I think he's maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. No, cannon's gone. But either way, I mean, he's going to be just about even in CS. Or is he? This is one there. Shanks now trading in the mid lane as Kaya looks for an opportunity there. We kind of need to just reset, take another look at this game, because that was a crazy start to things. I mean, winning lanes in theory, bottom top in the draft, and Illusion does well in the mid lane as well. But can it work out with the action that's happened already? Top Esports trying to challenge that statement.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, again, we asked for more proactive lanes out of anyone's legend, and we've definitely gotten that. Arla getting the better end, I suppose, immediate of these trades. He's looking for a reset, clearing out this wave.
Those are not good stats. Oh my lord. 2 and 7 top lane, 5 and 11 mid lane. Jace has not had a good year in the LPL. I trust Ala though. His statistics are positive. He's got about 60% win rate on the champion over the years. And he's got plenty of play. I think he's played about 20 odd games on the pick. He is, so he'll be comfortable, I'm sure, in the matchup. Let's see if 369 can punish him. 369 putting the Renekton, again, twice in a row here. A player that sort of built a reputation for playing tanks over the last few years, but realistically, if you go far enough back, this guy's a carry player. I think all top laners in the LPL are fundamentally carry players deep down.
It's the natural cycle, Joe, of top lane prospects come in, they're playing Camille, Fiora, Jax, and then they get reality checked, and all of a sudden it's on. It's Malphite, Maokai, Renekton.
K'Sante.
No good fun. K'Sante now. We're in new seasons, boys.
It's miserable. Take me back. Take me back. Give me carry matchups. To be fair, we've got Renekton versus Jace. I don't know why I'm complaining this game. Why did I pick this game to complain about top lane matchups? This is a great matchup. It's a very quiet early game considering the draft. But I think a lot of that might just change in a minute's time when these grubs spawn onto the map. TN already on that top side. Is Ala doing a good job of maintaining his presence in these trades?
He is. And despite coming back with no combat stats, just speed and a tier, he's still going toe-to-toe here with this Renekton early on. 369 also going towards that defensive early buy inside of the plated steel caps. He's got level 6 here. Takes tower trade, but still probably pretty happy at that trade. And also, very important to note, Renekton Jace, rather Renekton Maokai very easily can dive a Jace. If the trades keep on looking very volatile like this, it can very easily happen. So Arla's got to be careful. Cocker's got to look to cover him every now and again on waves where it looks like it's going to crash. There's again extended look up at that top side. And staying on theme at top side, Grubs. Grubs are up. A little bit of a window of cryo here for 369 and a lot of pressure towards Arla. As also a roam up from Mako signals that they want these Grubs. But a little bit of cryo is lacking here in the mid lane.
Kael's moved over as well. It's a 4v4 for the Grubs if Top Esports do decide to commit, but with Tien moving down, I think Top Esports realise this one is not their fight. They move over to trade for the Drake instead. So, good presence from AL, not allowing Top Esports to have that cake and eat it, as it were, as we often see. You know, I mentioned Top Esports love to get both, love to not trade. Forced to trade this time around.
And I feel like this is going to be really nice, getting the Grubs for side laning here. I feel like AL, they're not going to want to often group up here, 5 versus 5. Why are we getting a pip of the... Okay, that's why Arla's full HP. Thanks, Observers. He got the plants, who would have guessed? Look at that space. There's that dragon, finally being taken down. For Top Esports, they get the first one. Next one, Hex Tech, so we won't have Cloud Hex Tech Soul. But like you say, no cake and eating it too. But I want to see AL now
Okay, here we go.
eventually either get this 2v2 going, and Croco's here signaling that they want to.
Handshake, flashed away from. Mako survives it. But AL try and make something happen. Swirl Seed. Dracula picked the right side off the tower to go around, and the right side was in fact the left side. Will survive thanks to that. Croco sticking around in this bottom lane though. He's not left like he pretended. And 369 keeps on getting these good trades. He's meant to be holding him at arm's range. It's not happening. Double sleep comes on through. Croco taking the tower, gets out of range. True shot barrage goes slightly wide, but Croco knocked back under the bailout.
Oh.
Not quite in time. Hope now on the wrong side of the play. Shanks moves up to
Kyle
try and
took a big tower shot
protect his
too.
AD carry, but the sapling slows it. And Cream, they're all there to be picked off one by one. Cream even gets up, but Shanks punishes. And now in a 2v1, Jackulov has barrier. He's been baited in, and Shanks falls too.
And even at the end there for Shanks, that feels so bad. We don't get to really see the full effect of it, but the vision is completely blocking his ability to trade back onto Jackulov. That feels so bad. Hopefully the observers toggle it on the end, but let's look at the dive. It's very forced from AL. It's very, it's through the front door, to say the very least. Croco doesn't get stunned up underneath the wall, tower by Mako, rather, and the bailout just a frame short of being able to revive him as Shanks and Hope get that kill. But then look at this, the sapling slows down Shanks and Hope. Cream's here on 3 members. Buster Shot gets one. Explosive Charge and a Rocket Jump gets the second. The flash out from Cream. But then I hope we get the vision toggle. Look at this for Shanks, because he just can't trade back once he steps out of this bush, even after the auto attack. It's so frustrating on his part. And the kill goes over to Jackulov.
And I think even if he can hit, I'm not sure he's got the damage to finish the job there, but either way, well played by Top Esports. This is a team that you think you want to take fisticuffs with this squad. They were born in the fisticuffs raised by them. Doesn't quite make sense, but I'm referencing Batman whether you like it or not. AL sent 3 bot lane to try and grab a first tower of the game, and Top Esports, they've got a lot of players on the top side of the map. Shanks suddenly could be in trouble. Mako is behind the mid lane tower. Croco isn't that far away, but he's not close enough either. Shanks will fall, and Top Esports, they find the answer again.
They do. Grubs are up in 40 seconds, so they'll have a little bit of time here to set up on that top side. They've got the resources too. And it's just a nice little additional pick. Goes over to Cream. And Top Esports continuing to look proactive here. Gold dead even, despite there being 9 kills in 10 minutes. Kind of let the plague die here, Cream.
Yeah, I feel like
Picked up that bit of gold.
we started with like 5 minutes of nothing into suddenly plays every single second. Mako just beautiful bit of poppy play again. You can see why they like this pick, and maybe this is going to be a pick that I wonder if this will be a Mako pocket pick or if this is just suddenly the new meta. Maybe this is the rest of playoffs now. Shanks gets the bomb on, but with his support and jungle in the area, he'll be okay. 3 grubs already for AL. They want a little bit more as TN tries to make a play onto Hope, but with a TP coming on through, that'll be AL securing themselves 6 grubs. Nothing TN can do about it. Very, very nice win for AL. A much needed win considering how that first game ended up going. Objective control early really is the name of things for this kind of draft.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I also additionally want to add, because it kind of happened off screen, AL did pick up first tower on that bottom side. Whilst that mid lane play was going on, Top Esports play mid was the reaction to the 3 members bot poking out 369, just in case you did miss it. And that's led us to Ala having that Eclipse already 11 minutes into the game. So he is very, very strong and very much ahead of 369 right now. Having to go Ninja Tabby first, it's going to delay his first time by a long, long while. And Eclipse, I mean, Chase might as well should be full build as far as the 1v1 is concerned for the immediate future.
Items don't really impact the matchup that much from this point. Jace just does a lot of damage from a long way away, and there's a whole lot Croc can do about it. Jackulov grabbing another plate in this top side. He's, you know, in terms of like kills, it looks like he's really far ahead. He's only 200 gold ahead because of the plates that went down on that bottom side with Ala overloading. But TN has moved up to the top lane to make sure that Jackulov can close that gap and will be gifted over these plates. Mako not going to be moving closer Let's try and let Jackie Love get the plates if he can. I don't know if he really has the freedom to do so. Is TN actually caught with a handshake? Here comes Croco. Answer comes on through from AL. They want to respond to the plate, and Mako is caught on the wrong side of the tower. The Ren stacked up. It's not quite enough, though. And Croco is battered away. But there's a home run from Ala. Speaking of batting, fantastic play from AL.
Great strike there from Ala. Finds his target. Gets his kill. On the bottom side, though, 369 is alone and getting some of that gold back, so feels nice, I suppose, but Shanks is also getting gold here in the mid lane. All of a sudden, for AL, the game just feels so much more positive in Game 1. We think about where we were in Game 1 at this point in the game. It just felt already that Top Esports had a pretty firm grasp of what was going on this time around. A lot more back and forth. Different members having leads. Cream 3-1-1. Jackie Love 203. When you look towards that top side, like we said already, it's all about Jace, all about Croco, slowly making it towards that first item ASAP. Speaking of Croco and Co, we'll pick up this dragon, make it one apiece, and we'll see what that soul will be and what the rift will be for the game.
So, good start from AL, honestly. 6 scrubs, managed to contest one of the first 2 Drakes as well. Last time around, Top Esports were like 4,000 gold up at this point. This time, AL have managed to get an even early game in terms of gold, but with an advantage in terms of objectives. Really, really good start. Really good change from game number 1 to game number 2. We talked about the draft, you know. If AL don't win this game, it's going to be a really tough series for them. Looks like they've gone back to the drawing board after that first one and completely changed tacks, and it looks so much better. Top Esports now have to be the ones to respond. They have to be the ones to try and get involved in some of these objectives, because Croco start that Herald off, and Top Esports do want to answer. They move into the river. There's only 3 of them here, but Cream will move down from the top side as well. And looks like AL are actually going to concede.
Yeah, looks like they will. Yeah, Shanks could teleport back, and maybe they can look for a recontest. Herald takes a while.
369 has TP and Ala doesn't. I think that's why.
Yeah, that's also another big thing. But TN dragged himself off this Herald. Wonder if they're thinking that Ala does have TP on this timer.
I mean, he's about
That's
to.
what they're also worried about. And of course he's about to. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Cream trying to find the 1v1 with Shanks, but here comes Croco to finish the job, even committing to sleep just to guarantee it. 500 gold, a shutdown for Croco as Top Esports start the Herald anyway. Lilting, Lullaby, and Culling both on cooldown. 369 in the brush.
Do they know?
Dominus ticking. He's ready to get the stun on it. TN gets the Herald. 369 gets onto Croco. Look at the damage out from 369. He's torn AL apart. Flank from Ala as Jackie Love managed to get inside the pit, but Ala's closing the gap. Jackie Love forced to get out the backside as Shanks carrying the rest of the play. It's absolute chaos on the rift. As now a TP, TN heals off the walls. Ala looks to get damage onto Cream. He's in a 2v1 though as Shanks has abandoned the play. Cream puts it towards Shanks. What a play from Ala! And TN goes down as well. Ala, that was insane!
The thundering blow, I think because of where Cream was going to land, it knocks him towards Shanks. No way. That's absolutely absurd. And it just about makes it a much more positive trade for AL. Absolutely nuts. Hope is also going to get this tier 1 on the top side too. What a crazy 2v2 to end the back of that play. And as things return to a little bit of normalcy, though, I say that Mako's closing in on Hope.
Hope gonna try and get away. Yeah, Steadfast Presence is gone. I think Hope gets out of this one. And I mean, look, we asked for a carry for Ala. We asked for a bit of proactivity. Ooh, the True Shot Barrage does hit. Won't kill him. I mean, we get it. We get it in spades from Ala. What a play. Like, give me a replay right now.
Yeah, it's going to be all the way from back here, though. They don't know where 369 is. They can assume he's teleported because he's not showing bot. And this flash over the wall onto Croco puts him super low. And then Croco gets a pretty good response. But look how much damage 369 gets out first. In the middle of all 4 members. I think an empowered Q as well. Then Ala finally shows up onto the backline. Shanks is dealing with Mako and pushing away TN. Jackie Love jumps out. And then the teleport eventually comes back from Cream as he respawns. The sapling slows up Shanks, but keep your eyes on Ala because he thinks he has this 1v1. Isn't expecting Tien per se to be right here, but then knocks him out of the air
Actually
with
stepped
the
back to
thundering
do it.
blow as he's about to land behind him. So it gives Shanks the ability to step forward, get the autos in.
That was
comical
so
timing.
good. What a beast.
Yeah.
Alan just completely styling on Cream there. Fantastic bit of play. And you know, we looked at the Jace win rates today in LPL so far. It was like 2 and 7 top lane, like 5 and 11 mid or something. It's not been a good year for Jace in the LPL. But Ala reminding everyone what this pick can do. Fantastic bit of mechanical play. And now with Drake spawning onto the map, Top Esports try and move their vision line forwards, but it's Ala that will be the gatekeeper.
Yep, he will. Ala shouldn't be too far away from his Muramana either. I think the component cost from where he's at is about 1,000 gold. He's had a bit of time to soak up a few waves, so
Yeah.
maybe, just maybe he can get another reset in, but he hasn't got teleport, so he's probably going to remain on the map the whole time. And now Top Esports are dropping this Herald mid, trying to force Ale to make a decision, force them all to come towards this mid lane. They might actually kill the Herald before it charges. In fact, nay, not might, they will. So that's been dealt with. And they can now move into the river first.
They made it look like child's play. Like Herald, I don't think so. I don't think so. They start the Drake for themselves. This will be their second. The Top Esports channel recalls. They acknowledge this is not the fight for them right now. Fantastic early game from AL. Fantastic mid game has been kicking off as well. They've got themselves the lead for the first time in the series. They're 1,000 gold up. They're 2 Drakes up as well. And we'll see if they can finish things off, because Top Esports are not a team that are easily taken out of a game. They're still within touching distance, and you can never quite count them out.
Yeah, now this is the thing. This is obviously a very positive game state for AL. And we've spoken about, you know, both these teams being exceptionally good at closing out games when they have a lead. How big does that lead have to be for that rule to qualify? Because these two teams have basically been neck and neck the entire game. And they're only really apart by 1,000 gold. And when you look at the inventory, you know, itemization completions coming through, almost everyone is at parry. The biggest gap is really top as Mako.
Mako's caught. Is the sleep going to be committed? Probably not, as Cream responds, but that's 5 players in the top lane for AL. It's a good true shot barrage, though.
Ooh.
Hunter 4 from
about
Jackilo.
value?
I mean, that is the end of the play. That level of chunk across 4 players, there's nothing you can do.
No, and 369's answering down here on the bomb side too, so this whole cross map just falls in favor of Top Esports there off the back of one ultimate from Jackie Love.
I mean, honestly, next time I go to a pub quiz, I'm taking Top Esports, because no matter what it is, they've got an answer. They just have an answer. Fantastic game so far from them. Yeah, not my best. Not my best.
Not your best.
But either way, AL, like, doing themselves proud, I think, in this second one, showing up to the series after that first game.
Shanks,
come on,
buddy,
man.
Step inside the circle. There you go.
Yeah, I was a little worried for the series after that first game. I thought it might just be a bit of a wash. But AL have stepped up. They're here to play. And we wanted an even early game so we could have a banging mid-game. Well, we've had a pretty even mid-game as well. We could well have some even 5v5s in the late stages of this game. And that is something I am all about.
Yep. So am I, Jackie Love, hit by the source, but nothing's gonna come of it. I do wonder how many times we're gonna see 5v5s though, Joe, because I think for AL, they're much happier. Mako was almost in a position to shut down all of that. They're much happier and much more content, I feel, looking at smaller skirmishes, your 2v2s, your 2v1s, things of that nature. Oh, that's okay, never mind.
Double sleep, it's Mako and Jackie Love caught, but there's no real follow-up, and his hope has to cleanse instead, as now they jump onto Cream, and he's gone immediately, curdled right before our eyes. And AL with a pick onto the enemy mid laner, they can look to Baron.
Yeah, big chunk on Jackie Love as well from Ala on the back end, so get this mid wave in. A lot of vision is already in your favor this side of the map. Go start that Baron up, pull Top Esports into you, and see what else you can find on the poke return.
I mean, Top Esports are all chunked as well. This is a really hard contest. 369. the healthiest, needs to be the one to go in and force the issue. Tien tries to get into the pit, but 369 pushed away by the hostile takeover, and Mako could barely get out with his life. In fact, take that back, maybe, oh no he can, the shock blast goes wide as well. Mako somehow sprinted out to safety. Shanks is desperate for it, and he will be rewarded.
Eventually does take down the Yordle with that Lucian W. They'll get this mid lane wave as well. Mid lane tower, no doubt, with the wave they've got there. Remember, 6 scrubs, these towers are going to melt when there's 2 or 3 members right in front of them. Another shock blast to Jackie Love's face, just for salt in the wound. And we said this game was very close no more than a minute ago, and that AL were probably not going to look for many 5v5s, my words exactly. And they say, screw that. Croco forces the engage. I mean, and they find an excellent pick that gives them Baron.
Technically, it wasn't a 5v5 because Creep was dead the whole time. So you were still technically correct.
Yeah. It's off the back of this knock-up here. Great pick here from Kyle off the Kalista ult into immediate Q, so he just can't move. It's 100-0 inside the CC. Locket Shield can't even save him from Tien. So much burst damage.
Yeah. Cream now 4 deaths in this one. We criticize Shanks for getting caught out in the side lane. I mean, Cream just steps too far forward in the team fight. I think perhaps not expecting the face call. Maybe didn't see that. 369 has an aggressive position he's found himself in. Wants to try and find a flank onto AL through the mid lane. Tien starts the engage as here comes the Croc. Stun onto the top side of the fight, and Hope will fall. The bailout, not quite there in time. 369 just cuts through everyone, but Mako's gone too deep, and 369 fell as well. Swell seed up to Jackie Love as Shanks charges on forwards, and Allah is here to finish the job. He remembers 2023, and he wants revenge on Jackie Love. 1 HP in a dream, but Shanks puts that to bed.
The hopes of AL being reinvigorated because Top Esports look for a pick and hope that they can get home. And now another wave's on its way. Shanks is going to tank some of that, but he doesn't quite have the full HP, but it's enough between the two here with Grubs to break open the base, do that lasting damage, and they'll get the dragon as well. It's an absolutely massive fight that I feel like could have just been what breaks the camel's back here. I don't think Top Esports are going to have too many more chances, if any, to really come back into it. It was that one Hail Mary play, and it all goes in favor of anyone's legend.
I mean, Shanks has been phenomenal in these fights. I feel like Allah making an argument for main character himself. It looked so good to start with for TES.
It really did. I mean, this pick here onto Hope, the bailout, not reviving him either. It all looks great for Top Esports, and then look at Croco, because Croco gets a 3-man Q into a 3-man sleep onto everyone but Jackie Love, and they just get blown up for it. Cream then can't find the kill onto Croco because of the stasis, and Shanks gets knocked back, but that doesn't matter because Arla's the one with all of the up front burst damage here. Shock Blast even connects, it's just Jackie Love on 1 HP. Red buff from being out of combat for a second basically is what saved him, but he still goes down anyway from a flash forward from Shanks. And AL, we wanted a big answer.
Yeah.
Out of game 2 from them, and they have been delivering.
4,500 gold Baron play as well. They're well and truly in charge of this game now. 5k off Mako, goes wide on his ultimate there. And you know, the Poppy I talked about, is this going to be the rest of playoffs? Is this going to be a pick we see time and time again? Game number 2, not quite as convincing as the first. The first game looked absolutely incredible, but it has been all Kyle on the support side of the matchup. The hostile takeovers in these fights, the handshakes as well. Using that face call effectively to find the knockups and peel for his team. Really, really nice game on that Renata for him. I'm just so glad to see AL showing up. This is a team that I've been excited about all year. This is a team that I think a lot of people at home have been cautiously optimistic for. Exciting pieces from other previous teams uniting on this roster. And AL makes playoffs for their first time ever. And Top Esports is the opponent that they have to face to make it into top 4. This would be truly a storybook series if AL were able to take it, and they've shown that they can contend here in the second game.
Yep, exactly. Blow for blow. Until it was simply blows thrown at Top Esports. And no answer. a minute away until Baron now, and I think that's really just going to be not only the final chance for Top Esports, but realistically the final play of the game. If AL do pick that Baron up, that should signify that they should be able to close out the game from this position. 3 Ions coming in across the board for their lane carries.
Should being the operative word there, because Top Esports is one of those teams. You know, they're one of those teams that you're never quite sure if you can count them out. There's always some level of magic available to them. But I've got to be honest, this is not feeling like one of those games right now to me. I've watched a lot of Top Esports over the years. This doesn't feel like the kind of miracle comeback game. This feels like perhaps too far behind, perhaps not enough control for them. Because it's not just Baron up in 10 seconds, it's also Mount Soul for the side of AL in 2 minutes time as well. Top Esports, they've got to do something soon, and I'm not sure they've necessarily found any advantage that they haven't had previously.
Exactly. And not to already shift my mind to a game number 3, but hypothetically Top Esports lose this game. As they're jostling for mid lane Prio, they go to blue side. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Croco! Oh, Croco!
Triple sleep to start it off, and Mako hooked back in. Hostile takeover, and only hit onto TN, and actually Top Esports, they've survived the onslaught. But have they survived healthy enough? Because Baron's going to get started now, and AL are very happy to continue fighting.
Yeah, it's 2 big ultimates, though. Turn ultimates from AL. I mean, the Baron's just gone. That's the big problem.
TN trying to get into the pit. The shield is there, but the Baron's already gone. And Cream sent back into his own jungle. 369 wants to jump forwards. He wants to be the front line, but he's a late game Renekton, and he just ain't tanky enough. Croco now chasing onto Mako, who's gone into no man's land. And look at this, flank TP from Allah, looking for Jackie Love, and he finds his mark once again. Allah has had a phenomenal game on the Jace, and he ain't finished just yet as Cream falls for another, and it's the win for AL.
I don't think we're going to see Allah on this Jace again for the rest of the night. If I was Top Esports, I was one of those 5 players, I think that's the information I'll be relaying to my coach. As they're onto the Nexus Towers, and they're going to even out this series.
MVP performance from Allah out of the top side, locks in Jace. Forget Ornn from game number 1. It's carry time for Allah, and what a game he's had for himself. We are even in this series, and AL show everyone why they cannot be underestimated.
Absolutely, and Top Esports perhaps, after what felt like a one-sided walloping in game number 1, may have just done that coming into this game number 2. But again, the adaptations that we asked for were met. More proactivity, a little bit more flair, less about reactive, and we saw less individual mistakes out of AL, and the difference shown on the Rift here in this game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal game from AL, contending that early game, contending those objectives, and turning it into a game win. That means that we have a series on our hands once again. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what happens in game 3.
to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Welcome to Game 3. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Jamada, and Top Esports have been answered. AL managed to challenge the favourites here today. And remember, this is not double elimination yet. Whoever loses this is out of playoffs. And Top Esports, suddenly, it doesn't feel so comfy anymore.
No, it does not. And before we dive in, I just also want to remind everyone at home, remember the outside ramifications of this series, right? AL win means JDG don't make regionals. So AL winning here in this game number 2, giving us a potential series, it's got other things going on for it. And like you mentioned, you lose here, you're out of playoffs as well. The stakes of the here right now. So for AL bouncing back, this is a fantastic, fantastic game. And like you mentioned, Top Esports are made to not look so comfortable anymore. Cream as well on the Tristana. First loss all year long.
Yeah. 18 game win streak, I believe it is, that has just been ended by AL. Cream. And honestly, Cream having a really rough game of it on the Tristana as well. Shanks doing a lot on this Lucian in the fights. But Ala, really my MVP for the game. Fantastic bit of play from him on the Jace.
Yeah, really, really solid. And I mean, we saw why there was the early pro... what am I looking for? Why they picked it up early. You know what I'm trying to say. And why it was also banned in game number 1 in the second rotation. Remember, of course, moving into those second set of bans, it was Top Esports that had their Renekton early, and they said, yeah, we're not going to play against the Jace. This game 2 probably giving us a bit of a preview as to why that was the case in the beginning. And now, Joe, I'll be honest, I said it in the ending call, I don't think Ala's getting that Jace for the rest of the night. And if they do give it to him, I'll be very surprised. If anything, it's... With Top Esports being on blue, I think it'll be easier for them to ban it, but it will certainly leave one of the key picks that they have wanted to deny them all night long. Whether it's the Kennen or the Ashe, I think those are the 2 main ones really that stick to my mind. We'll have to see.
Yeah, like the blind Renekton that we so often see in the LPL being really punished here by AL. And I wonder if it will be Jace bans that come on through, or if it's more like Top Esports are a little more cautious with their blind picks. If they do still want to go for that Renekton, they may have to just ban this Jace away, because it was such a good game from Ala. It was a great game from Shanks as well. Good game from Croco on that Lilia. I can't believe Croco's had Lilia 2 games in a row, but this final TP from Ala really just sealing the deal for AL.
Yeah, it really didn't. That's the other, key pick too. So many crucial sleeps throughout this game that set up our MVP of game number 2, Ala, to really pop off and, just kind of, again, reinvigorate and ensure that AL could turn around a lot of these fights, because it was Top Esports trying to get things started a lot of the time. And don't get me wrong, Croco was trying to get things started too, but when you roll through this MVP highlight real quick, it was a whole lot of shot blast from downtown, and of course, that 2v2 play.
I mean, this was just sick. This was just so sick. The fact he stops, so Cream jumps over him to then get the knockback. And I'm pretty sure he started casting the knockback while Cream was over him, so that then hits. Yeah. Just so clean.
So well timed. So well timed. And ooh, yeah, we saw quite a few of that.
Yeah.
Quite a few of those, rather.
I just love that all of these highlights are like timed to the little dings. Like Ala hits both Jackie Love and Tien with the shot blast as the ding happens to the music. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Very good. Oh. Game number 3 now. On the horizon. It does make me wonder what, exactly will change. Again, we've mentioned things like this Jace ban away. Is that going to remain the case? Are we going to see, priorities on other things? The Renekton, of course, too. Is that something that Top Esports are now going to drop in terms of early picking it? Because it has now been seen to be something that can be exposed and can give a lot of freedom to Ala if something like the Jace is available.
Time to see which team can take the advantage in the series. Which of these teams with totally matching uniforms can take the advantage? Do you know, I found that funny at the start of the year that the Top Esports and Anyone's Legends uniforms are not exactly, but very close to identical to one another. Obviously the jackets are a bit different, but the shirts at least very, very similar. Colour scheme the same. But either way, Top Esports now challenged. And remember, Top Esports, while I think alongside a lot of fans at home, consider Top Esports to be a favourite to win the whole thing, at the end of the day, they did lose 2 series during the group stage. And do you know who they lost to? BLG and LNG, the 2 teams sitting above them in the standings. So, like, while anecdotally, I basically think that Top Esports were coming in as the favorite for the whole tournament, I mean, being challenged here by AL, like, being pushed to a longer series than maybe Top Esports wanted, certainly does bring up question marks of what kind of form are Top Esports going to be in, and can they maintain it? Cream's Tristana win streak is over. Top Esports have to start a new era. Now, on the blue side, let's see how they change.
Let's see it. Is it going to be a J-Span first 3? They go
Lilia.
with, at the very least, the Lilia. And I think it just makes perfect sense, given how these first 2 games have played out. The Kennen will remain. Will Top Esports remove away either the Corki or the Leonidas? 2 of the 3 bans. What are they going to trade out here for this game number 3 compared to what they opened up with in game number 1? Do they feel like it's worth leaving both of them up and banning away the Jace, or is it just going to be a drop in the Renekton priority? What do they feel like is the right call here?
I do wonder if Top Esports change priorities to try and go for something like an Ivan earlier in the draft. I'm not saying first pick necessarily, but like trying to prioritize one of these, you know, or like the Maokai again, if that's the direction they want to go. But I'll have to see. But the ultimate question for me is, does Ala get a carry? Because I don't want to see that on again. I don't want to see Ala stuck on tank duty in the top lane. I want to see him with proactivity, and I'll theoretically be able to have counter pick for this one. Renekton taken off of the board this time around.
Okay, so they want to try and see if 369 is going to default to, you know, a different tank, more or less, once the Renekton is removed away. I think that is the question being posed here, but with that ban away, things like Lucian still up. It's going to be first picked here for Top Esports over that Misfortune being hovered and now being locked in by AL. So a change up there, not wanting to give Shanks that, but then perhaps it also gives Top Esports the freedom really to still go double AD, but maybe put the Lucian in the bottom lane, right? Jackie Love, very, very strong Lucian player in his own right as well. AL, what they pair with the Draven. Oh my god.
Let's go, Shanks. He sees the Lucian on the other side and slams that Draven. He's played it once before this split. It did not go so well. 0.8 KDA on that loss, but I love the confidence to slam that pick against the Lucian.
Yeah, so do I. Now Top Esports, surely it's an Ivan angle, right? You just start to go like front to back, really make Draven's life really awkward, get an engaged support in even here. If you don't mind dropping your AD prior just a little bit, I feel like there's enough ADs to survive, but Ezreal will be the answer here in the bottom lane. So Hope will still have a good AD matchup 1-to-1 early stages. Jungle matchup, Croco on the Zyra. So junglers, ADs and mids locked in here for both these sides to go into the second round of bans.
Zyra's been banned every other game as well. So Croco grabs that for the first time this series. The Ivan hasn't necessarily been banned every game, but it's the first time we'll see it. New jungle matchup here, plant on plant action. As Braum taken away, trying to deny the full peel composition. I mean, you could even consider banning something like the Falcons, or honestly, very, very good at playing that disengage itself.
Yeah, true. I wonder if we see a call out to the Karma ban again. I mean, I suppose if it's not going to be Kalista plus the Renata, they're going to be less fussed about it. Maybe another anti-melee.
Alistair,
yeah. So Alistair, that signals to me they want Rel most likely. So Top Esports ban that away, or do they want to keep on biting into Arla's champion pool? That's the decision I feel like they have to make here. It's Rel or another top laner that they don't want Arla to be on. And you know, I'm getting this weird feeling, and I say weird, it's not very weird, it's Arla. I feel like we're going to see a Jax. I've just got a feeling out of anything, maybe a Gnar. Okay, well, Gnar's banned away, so they do go for the double top lane bans, Top Esports, and that should just be a pretty free pickup for Kyle to lock down this rail. Good synergy with the rest of the big ultimates available through Zyra and through Misfortune.
Rail's locked in. One thing I want to mention as well is that Nautilus has just fallen off the cliff. We've seen so little Nautilus across playoffs. Earlier in the split, it was Leona Nautilus every game. Now Nautilus only been picked 3 times, lost all 3 of those games. It doesn't seem like either of the teams today want to lean in that direction. 369 though. Knows he has to go for a blind pick in that top side, and we all know Cassante is pretty much the premium when it comes to blind picking, especially with that Renekton, by the way. So he will be locking that in. Let's see what Mako ends up going for.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, actually, Khan kind of feels a bit hard here, I think. Into Draven, into Zyra. Bard. Now, Bard could be interesting. I'm just talking about Bard.
No, it's just Poppy again.
It's just Poppy again. Well, he's been performing pretty well on it tonight. Obviously, last game was a little bit rough. He also didn't really have the stronger AD matchup earlier on, which does make life quite difficult. But maybe he gets a different level of freedom this time around.
It's good.
But what carry is it for Arla?
Oh.
Don't tease us. Don't tease us.
Okay, Arla. I mean, this is all you could possibly ask for, isn't it? Arla going old school. We said we wanted carries. He's going 2020 all over us.
Goodness me. All right, well, AL, they've again thrown, I don't want to call it a Hail Mary, but like you say, it's a bit of a Arla classic. So into this Cassante, 1 versus 1. After that first item specifically as well, it's just going to continue to be a worse and worse matchup for this Cassante. We'll see how he pilots it on that side lane. Top Esports on a side lane timer, but the rest of their composition, very solid. Front to back, double AD, Ivern, 2 tanks. It feels really good, but if this Fiora gets out of control on the side lane, the game gets awkward, and it gets awkward real damn fast.
Fiora is Ala's 5th most picked champion, and considering how long he's been a professional, the fact it's in his top 5 is crazy. 33 games on it, 60% win rate. He used to be called Natural a long while ago now, and this was one of his signatures alongside his Camille, alongside that Jax as well. This is his most successful of those picks. Let's see. Here in playoffs, when it matters the most, Ala wants revenge against Top Esports from last year, up against his old support of Mako, and he brings out the Fiora for Game 3. It couldn't be more exciting with Shanks bringing the Draven to the mid lane as well. AL are here to answer Top Esports.
You know, Joe has a Croco.
Good flash from Croco.
Flash. Yeah, really good flash. And it can be hard to flash out of those poppies sometimes.
No Hex Flash for Mako as well, importantly. So that is just his flash gone from the laning phase.
Yeah, we'll see how that potentially impacts the 2v2. And how it... Realistically, I feel like it limits Mako's ability to make plays in the 2v2, right? His overall setup. I've got to say, Joe, those gyros, just for a second before we start to break down the game.
Yeah.
AL fans a little bit more awake.
Yeah.
Feeling it after game number 2.
Some of the Top Esports fans converted, perhaps.
Yeah.
after that second game, sorry. AL answering back, but that was on the blue side, and I'm curious if they can do it on the other side of the map. But I love what they've drafted. I love that they went counter pick mid, counter pick top, Croco on the Zyra as well, starting on that bottom side. So expect presence from Croco on that top side early on. He has the ability to influence these lanes just because of how fast he can clear through the map.
Oh, yeah. Let's see how much tempo he can build up. Especially, you know, Ivern's a bit of an odd champion in how he clears the jungle. He's got to mark the camps and return back to them.
Oh, look at this lane!
Oh.
Look at this from Ala! It's level 1! 369's barely entered the lane, and Ala's already got him to 200 HP. Flash available for Ala, so you've got to be careful on those vitals. Ala's going again. He's got Grasp ready.
Yeah, he wants it.
He wants it so bad. Will proc his Grasp and just continuously hitting away on 369 with level 2. 369's just got to get straight out of there.
Yeah, and it's the full lane setup. Scorch Grasp. These Q procs just hurt so much more every single time you go in. And the vitals really did favor him as well as he was looking for those trades. Kept on cycling to the perfect side.
It's the level 1 positioning as well, where he literally just walks behind 369. It's like there's no way out of this lane without fighting me, and just knows how hard he'll win that 1v1. Tien up on that top side. His red buff and his Krug still up, so he's going to have to path down as Croco finishes his last count. He skipped his Wolves and his Gromp to be up on this top side a little bit faster, perhaps we'll just path straight back down again. I mean, I don't...
Yeah.
Is there any...
So Croco did blue and then invaded the Raptors. It's kind of a common path into Ivern. Getting one of those, like, cheap camps out, just because, of course, Ivern can't really play the jungle like a normal champion. So it's a bit of a freebie, and he's going to put himself a camp up. So that's why his initial path looks a bit strange, but Zyra's so quick, she's still going to be pretty much on time for a scuttle almost.
I was too distracted by the Fiora shenanigans in the top side. 369. Just to get a level advantage there, and so Ella has to back away for just a little bit. TN spending a lot of time in this mid lane as he paths through back again and moves up towards this top side to get himself a scuttle crab. Croco finishes off that crop. So Croco off to a pretty reasonable lead in the jungle to start us off.
Yep, absolutely. I expect to see 1-to-1 against TN here. He should continue to grow a lead, and a very substantial one at that. Just nature of the jungle matchup as Croco. He's hanging around this bot side.
AL sets up onto Jackie Love, but they're underneath the tower, and Mako dodges away from the roots. Ignite is there though, and Hope has the damage to finish the job. Ignite from KL for first blood.
Yeah, I had my eyes there on whether or not the root was going to connect onto Jackie Love, but Mako is the victim of this gank. Forces him backwards and just doesn't have enough space, and that flash from level 1 is being punished now by AL.
That was at Croco.
Yeah.
Croco punishes it. Revenge.
Feels good, man. As AL, first blood, and we'll see if they can continue to find these incremental leads here and there. And it's really good for that 2v2 on the bottom side. Misfortune getting her ahead just in that 2v2. Very, very important. Speaking of getting ahead and it being important, this Draven lane, eventually, you would like to see, best case, a big old cash-in.
Yes, you would. Bamceptor picked up for Shanks as well now, so he can very confidently trade with Cream in the mid lane. Not really worrying about taking damage back. Croco moves to the top side as 369. Looks for a combo onto Ala, dodges away from the riposte, but could be in trouble. Oh! Nice prediction from Croco, but it's just a tiny bit too short.
I could have sworn that I saw the particles actually touch 369, but the actual root itself did not, unfortunately. That one does. And now, speaking of roots, another tree.
TN moves up.
To battle it out.
I don't think TN's hit a root just yet. AL doing a good job of reading those skill shots and dodging them. It's a 1,000 gold lead for AL at just the 5 3/4 minute mark. Don't think anyone's ever pointed out the 5 3/4 minute mark in League of Legends before, but here we go. 369 with an all-out onto Ala. He's not even level 6 just yet. And guess what? 2 supports have entered the top lane as well. Mako flashes to grab himself a kill.
Yeah, it's a grub rotation coming out here from Top Esports, and AL ready for it, but they just haven't committed Hope up there. So Hope is going to now be laning into 369 as he teleports bot. A nice root caller does connect, but there's no follow-up. And mid lane prio earned by AL and a plate. Very nice. So they can still contest this 4 versus 4 as Ala slowly makes his way back towards that top side.
Ala should be 6 off of this wave as well. He's like 1 or 2 minions away. So with that grand challenge, he should be able to sway a fight. That's a route onto Jackie Love. And a cleanse forced out by Croco. And only off of his E as well. This is going to be 2 more grubs picked up. And there we go. That will be all 3 once the spike comes down onto the final one. TN moves down to the bottom side as 369 will grab a plate. And again, Top Esports try and answer on the opposite side. It's sort of their signature at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also just how League of Legends is played, to be fair.
It is also, yeah, cross maps. Though I will say, as Croco, let's see if he connects. The answer is no. I feel like, Joe, and I'm going to go on a bit of a rant here.
Go on,
not really, it's not really. The art of the cross map, man, it's died in the West, specifically. Not here. LPL.
I feel like it died in LPL at the start of this year, honestly.
It did definitely die at the start of the year, though. I felt like teams were just, you know, grubs came out, everyone wanted to fight over grubs, can't give up grubs. But it's like, you could give up like 3 grubs and go and get 3 plates on the bottom side and stop the AD from farming. That seems like a pretty good idea to me. But yeah, I don't know, cross maps kind of teetered out. I feel like teams are starting to do it now. Kind of, again, just kind of acknowledging what's worth and what's not. I just feel like it dropped out of habits for a while.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hopefully, for Worlds, we'll see that back in force. Alice, some really nice trades in the 2v1. Keeps on getting those grass procs, but Mako wants to finish the job. Challenge issued, and Ala gets another grass proc. He's somehow going even in the 2v2, but TN's here. Not 2v2 anymore. Riposte ain't enough. And TN will grab the kill. Let's be honest, Daisy grabbed the kill.
Daisy Tyson picks that one up. Daisy's got hands, man.
Yeah. Seriously.
Really big hands. Dravenor is gonna
Clap bin,
Dravenor's gonna clear it.
bin lids.
Yeah. Bin lid.
The Hagrid of Summoner's Rift, if you will.
My goodness, alright. Well, play. Positive top esports. They're really denying Ala a lot. He's actually down a full level. 2-3-6-9 right at this moment in time. So it's going to be a little while until we see Ala terrorizing a side lane. Which is definitely very good news for top esports because, again, front to back, double front line, double ADC, Ivan as the support. They want as standard a game as you can possibly get.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, really, because on the back of the previous game's draft, you were saying I'd love to see a lane swap from top esports. They don't do it in the previous game, but here in game number 3, they went for that lane swap with Jackie Love and Mako moving top to try and stop Ala having his 1v1, and they're chasing him around the map.
Yeah, they're kind of doing it now, right? They're doing it late. They're just not doing it from the start of the game in this weird way, and it's leaving AL in this kind of strange situation where they're constantly resetting and bouncing between these two lanes. Grubs is now up in 1 minute as well. They're now going to resend Ala back to the top side. But this is actually probably okay for top esports. They can either take one play after this next wave as Croco caught by a root, and there's a blast cone here for Mako.
Oh, True Shot Barrage means there's enough damage to finish the job, and a culling on top. Beautiful setup from Mako and TN. Cream the one to get that damage down. Nice pick from top esports, and it looked like there was no damage. It looked like, I could see why Croco thought he was safe, but the True Shot Barrage is just too good from Jackie Love, and Shanks pushed away in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, pushed back. Big wave crashing in the bottom side as well. Top esports, will they look to use that? The answer is no. Maker's gone back to base. He wants to go set up for the grubs, no doubt. But a lot of prio just about everywhere for top esports at the moment, and it's feeling reminiscent of game 1.
Yeah.
Where the options were very limited for AL, and it gave top esports a lot of freedom to basically do whatever they wanted on the map. A lot of that this time, though, really has been from, you know, proactive lane assignments and shutting down these lane matchups 1-to-1. As early on, Ala was really taking advantage of 369. Now, down over 20 CS.
Yeah.
And down a level.
Great stuff coming out from top esports. Great map play to try and answer what AL are doing in the draft, to try and set their laners up with more comfortable matchups. And now starting the grubs off. Cream and Jackie Love clearing visions, trying to stop AL's ability to contest. No Drake up for 2 minutes as well, so while top esports grabbed themselves these grubs with 5 members committed, it was a TP to the bottom side from Shanks as he tries to get some plates. 369 has TP available if 369 wants to be the one to answer and try and catch this wave. I would imagine he will.
Yeah, he's going to base first. Maybe spend a bit of gold.
Oh, he might get died.
Yeah, I don't think he's teleporting down there anymore.
Ala.
Yeah, I mean, whole tower here in trade. Top tower as well is quite high HP, I think. It's still above half HP, and that Draven ult will clear out the wave.
I think Cream just blocked the Draven ult, so it wouldn't hit the minion
you know
wave.
what? I think you're right.
I think Cream intentionally blocked the Whirling Death in the mid lane to stop that hitting the top wave. So Jackie Love gets to stay on that tower. In the meantime, though, AL showing no signs of stopping as they hit into the tier 2. Root comes down, Stranglethorn's there as well, but 369 buffers it. And a redemption on through from TN keeps his top laner alive.
Yeah, redemption as well. Very, very important there. Heals him up like 250-ish HP. Ensures that a 369 no threat of being dove, and a big chunk out of that tier 2 tower on the bottom side. And I mean, any split pusher will tell you, you know where your shift is going to be, and it's going to be down here. So getting half of that tower already chunked out for Ala as the game eventually, you know, transpires, is getting a lot of his work already done for him.
Yeah, and make no mistake, while 369 is 30 CS up and has a lot of armor, Ala is still going to be a problem in this side lane. He may be 0-2 and 0, but this is where Fiora starts to actually impact the game, is in that side lane, getting that pressure down. The question is, can Top Esports be decisive enough on these objectives and not allow Ala that time at the side lane?
It's always going to be kind of the skill check mark here for Top Esports. How they manage this Fiora. All they've really done is delay the inevitable and given themselves a lot of extra time to work with on the rest of the map, right? The 4v4. Yep. Well, that 1v1, it will eventually turn, the tide will turn eventually. Ala will very handedly win that 1v1.
Oh, Daisy goes back in and is immediately finished. Magnus Stormer's hope flashes to safety. And now the bullet time in response. Mako forced the flash, but it's a route onto Shanks. 369 there, but the damage isn't. 369 onto the tower to finish the job. Sacrifices himself, but denies the adoration. Jackie survives as Ala tries to do the same.
Goodness me, top laners, same brain right there. Over 200 stacks taken off of Shanks' adoration. It's a huge amount of gold stripped away for a potential cash-in, so 369 understood his role there and was very happy to sacrifice himself for it. Kyle.
Crocco's behind. The Stranglethorns comes out. It's back off the cooldown. And Hope Vision. Oh, we can't get Vision. The ward is in the Ivan, brushing off the real one. And Mako walks away. TN saves the day with that brush.
It's not even quite that, Joe. When you put an Iron brush down next to a brush, it basically codes itself as an extension, so the controller just blocks it regardless. It's so sad. So sad to not get that last wall attack off. But look at this root caller on to Hope here. Knock up, true shot barrage. The burst is massive. Kyle just about limps out, but then another one from TN. I mean, Shanks just shouldn't be stepping up like that.
And we've seen that a couple of times from Shanks in this series, where he just goes a bit too far forward. Same for Hope. These WE carries. Talked about finding their home. Ala does his damage. That shield from TN. Oh, and then the flash backwards. Tough. Not sure there's much more Ala could have done on that one.
No, I don't think there is. Very unfortunate. Ivan's just a very frustrating champion at times. What can you do? But for now, as the dust settles, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for Top Esports, now 1.5k. A little bit more.
Yeah.
And they're seeing pretty alright game state-wise, as, again, Ala has been set so far behind for the time being that he's not really someone they have to worry about on this side lane. And if they can group up and start to force, you know, before Ala's even in position to set up on these side lanes, even better.
Yeah. And one of the questions I've got is, when do we see something from Shanks on this Draven? We saw Draven locked in very early on in the draft to try and answer this Lucian from Cream. Second, Ala. He's actually just going to lose the trade against the enemy support. Mako just destroyed him. That was like half his health. I guess Poppy's support is just a DPS champion. I guess that's just the world we're living in. Ala takes another chunk from Cream. These shields from TN are only going to get more annoying. True shot barrage through. TES can't quite finish this tower for now. It would appear I have lost Chamada. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's on me. That's on me. I was muted. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, Stranglethorns come down. Kyle in trouble. Crocco blocks the culling and the redemption. Saves the day. Kyle!
Yep.
Just
He's good.
about walks away.
Don't worry, Joe. You're not casting this game solo. Yet. That's, yeah. Top Esports, they're going to be thwarted for now. They're not going to get that tower, but they might just about get this one as more support comes through just off screen. Not quite, though. Another few waves. Jackie Love, we know you want to. Just one more wave, buddy. It's okay.
Yeah. So they hold off for now. 5-2 on the scoreboard, and 2 Drakes for AL. That's the advantage they've got, really. I don't know if he can finish the T. Oh no! The TP comes through from Cream. And with 369 here as well, Ala is going to go 0, 4, and 0.
Okay.
No, he's not! He gets the Hex Gate! Ala's out of there!
I can't believe it. Cast time on the Q from Cream is just too long. I wonder if he could have auto-attacked him. I it's about the same. I'm not sure. Either way, great escape from Ala. Good job. Gets a tower. Mission Impossible, he's out. Very good job there. As, he's finally got a Ravenous Hydra. He's got his first item, Joe. Problem is, big problem, 18 minutes into the game, and it seems like Top Esports have actually made the very conscious decision to just send Cream to deal with the Fiora. And honestly, yeah, that just makes sense. Jackie, buddy, you'll get it soon. I promise, bro. It's going to happen, all right? Just patience is a virtue.
E-forwards, Jackie. It's the only answer. E-forwards to get the auto on the tower. Go back to your roots. Let's see it. Nah, we'll save that for Game 5 of Finals. We all know it. Deep down, it's the way it's got to be. Us Top Esports fans have seen that before plenty of times. I mean, that's the nature of it, isn't it? Top Esports have to win this series so that they can get to Finals and then lose dramatically in Game number 5 when it all looked so good.
Yeah.
Oh, Jackie Love. He must have used his E aggressively. Hope punishes very happily.
Yeah, very happily. And probably not a lot of life still at the minute for Jackie Love either in the build. Still very early on, so Hope is going to take a sizable chunk.
That's going to be the tower.
Tower.
Hope actually manages to get the tower first after all of that from Jackie Love. Now Mako on the top side. Feels like Top Esports kind of want to fight right now. Drake's coming up in 30 seconds and Hope is chunked.
Jackie Love, that's how you get it done. Like you mentioned, yeah, Hope is chunked. Has a Bloodthirster though, so as long as Shanks stops right-clicking the wave just for a second,
yeah.
Hope can bounce back up. It won't be a problem. Arla up on this top side. It looks like 369 is going to be the one to meet him now, so let's see how that unfolds. As Daisy's also dead before the exchange. It's a big part of Ivern's kit there, and a little bit more breathing room for AL.
I want to quickly mention as well, Shanks, 300 stacks on this Draven, so a good fight here and a kill for Shanks could lead to great things for AL. Top Esports, they do have that gold lead, but it's only 1,000 at this point in the game. 2 items on TN. That's the advantage that Top Esports are playing with, and they kind of need to get this Drake. It'd be soul point for AL. If they can find the steal, Croco moves on in, but Mako denies the engage. He answers with losing his own life. No, the heal! And it's Croco that gets the kill. Shanks no cash in. His Cream is caught in the back of the pit. Flash is available. Tien's there as well. Croco gets some plants down. Tien's still staying at the back of the pit. Daisy's second round of the fight.
Oh my god, Daisy!
He's just staying. Okay, bullet time. That's enough to get the flash out from Tien.
Tien is so paid. That is so... Like,
it's ridiculous.
I won't leave until you make me. What he says.
I mean, fair play
all the while,
to him, honestly.
Yeah. Forces out another spell. It's very funny. All the while, top laners were scuffling over jungle camps, I think. Just having a good time up there. But hey, soul point stacking denied. Top Esports do get that Hextech Dragon, so that's really big for them. But also, I mean, Elder Dragon does end games. Do you know who else ends games? Fiora on a side lane. Yeah. So that is also technically less time until Elder spawns. In a way, it's almost kind of good. Again, remember, I'm Anyone's Legends attorney for today, so despite not getting Soul Point and it sucking that they're still 2 dragons away from Soul, honestly, there could be worse fates. There could be worse fates.
I would challenge the allegations that this was good for AL by saying Top Esports got Drake. That's great. That's great for them. I will say, Tien having a great game on this Ivern. I'm a little bit worried about the lack of frontline on the side of AL. Like later on, if we do end up in a bit of a front-to-back style scrap, Mako can deny the engages from Kael. I do feel like the Fiora really is the significant win condition from the side of AL. Oh, hang on, Cream's walking straight into Ala. Ala wants to find his combo. That's 3 vitals, gets the 4th. The heal is there, but so are the whole team from Top Esports. Cream will finish the job. Riposte comes on through, but it's just not enough.
Yep, and there's no setup here for AL to cross map for a Baron, or even, you know, threaten it. Good job, Top Esports again. You know, that side lane, it sucks for Cassante, but you know what you can just do? Send the other mid laner, send the other solo lane to it. In this case, Cream is more than capable in this case, got a lot of help. As he did face check Arla, probably would have died by himself. His Hope's in a bit of trouble now.
Hope knocked up, dodges away from the root, has to flash the wall eventually. Mako charge forward to Jaculum. Finds his mark. The sniper from the bottom lane for Top Esports, and Croco forced a flash as well. Out of nowhere, Top Esports find huge advantages.
Yep, and they're going to get this tier 2. The map becomes more and more suffocated for AL. I must be very excited about seeing this Fiora pick. 0-4-0.
Yeah.
It's not that Atlas played a bad game. I'd say that's more on Top Esports have really done a fantastic job at denying him any opportunity of playing the game.
Yeah.
At almost any major conjuncture.
Just never let the duelist have a duel. Just send 4 people every time. Feels like AL then try and move up elsewhere on the map. Hope is trying to push out mid, and it's a fantastic punish from Top Esports as they just all sprint mid to find it. Jaculum snipes him with the true shot barrage in the queue. I mean, it's just great gameplay from Top Esports.
Through and through. Let's get a look at the replay. 1v1, no mid lane pick. Last cone. He doesn't quite connect on the slow, neither does the E. Onto the wall, but again, the knockup is enough. Puts Hope in a awkward position. True shot barrage. Blocked by barrier, but another Q connects. Mechanically played just about as well as it could have been from Jaculum.
And you know, these kind of compositions for Top Esports, we've seen coming in. You know, Ivan has a history in the LPL. Hang on a second, Croco's caught. Croco's down. Kyle might not get out with his life either. As Cream, he may have lost his Tristana win streak, but he's looking to set one up on Lucian instead.
Indeed he is. Another pick comes through. That's jungle support. That should be Baron. Arla's also on the top side. He's not even on the side he probably would prefer to be on in this kind of situation. Teleported up here out base, so what is he really going to be able to do? I think the answer is nothing. Going to have to back up, reset. And that's just going to be Top Esports stamping their authority.
Yeah.
All over game number 3.
This one's been kind of painful to watch, honestly. If you're a fan of AL, like, I wanted this to be a closer series, but it feels a lot like game number 1, where Top Esports have just been in control. And AL, the longer it's gone on, the harder it has been for them to contest anything. It's been 2 Drakes back-to-back, as well as the Baron for Top Esports. And honestly, TES Ivan is kind of nuts, no? Like, this is his 7th game on the champion, and it'll be his 6th win if they finish it off.
Done a pretty good job of it so far, to say the least. And again, it's just another one of those champions, like you were about to allude to. Ivan in the LPL has a bit of a stigma, shall we say, to be as positive as I can possibly be.
It's never been that good for us, let's be honest. No, it's been a bit tragic. It's not. Yeah,
no longer. Been a bit poor. But this game, been a very good demonstration about why Ivan can be such an impressive champion in those kind of, or these kind of setups. And also, to very quickly remove ourselves from the stakes of this game in the series. Remember, if AL lose, that's JDG in regionals, don't forget. Top Esports winning is JDG's biggest hope right now. Who would have thought?
This matchup,
JDG rooting for Top Esports.
This matchup essentially decides the top 6 for regionals. JDG have 50 points from Spring. Right now, AL are on 40 championship points. If they get a win here, they can make regionals instead of JDG. But a loss here is enough to send them home. This will end the year for AL in Top Esports. The gatekeepers of the top 4, the gatekeepers of the regionals. And look to break down the gates here of AL space.
They're going to do just that. Kick down the doors. Off the hinges. Look for a mid lane siege now, I'd imagine. Arla's doing his best to keep the wave really shoved up, but he's going to have to yield this position as the rest of the Top Esports members rotate over. Baron's still got 40 seconds left. How much of a meal? Oh my god, Croco!
What a pick from Top Esports! Jaculum dives in to get that final ticket damage down. Hope denied his ultimate as Top Esports break the base. What a pick to finish the game there. Beautiful little combo.
2 inhibs now. Dragon a long ways away. Top Esports, realistically, they're probably just going to all base and just run top. Set up on the top side. You don't really care about Dragons. Just use the inhibitor pressure to close out the game. I think that's going to be the easiest path to a very quick game 4. And AL, I don't see a way back in for them. I don't think their draft can enable them a way back in. As Croco just steps 1 step too far forward. Blown up by Cream, and then a single Q. About 400 of the remaining health bar of Croco. Kills him off by, it was Cream that did
yeah, Cream doing
share of that.
Yeah, definitely. 1-0-6 on the Lucian. Fantastic game from him. And again, just fantastic game from the whole squad, really, from Top Esports. And it does feel like this is one of those teams where every game feels like a team win, you know? They're all such exceptional players. Whirling Death to try and clear the way, but there's a cannon there. Kael tries to be somewhat on the front line, but he's just not tanky enough. And Creep is 2v1ing Hope Croco on the backside. 3 inhibs down. Top Esports are done with game number 3. They were offended by the audacity of AL winning game number 2, and they are not having any more of it. Jacula finds another attack. It's rage splitting on the bottom side of the map. He knows it's over. AL all know that this one is over. And Top Esports find match point with a dominant game.
Very dominant. Another win on the blue side. Wins have only come from the blue side so far tonight. And I wonder where this Anyone's Legend side are going to end up for game 4. As a, complete domination. The Ivan pick really broke apart a lot of the plays that AL tried to step forward and make.
I mean, pretty heartbreaking loss there for AL, because that didn't feel like they had any agency later on into the game. We'll see if they can change things up. I assume they will swap back to the blue side, and that is definitely where they've looked stronger. But I'm going to be honest, even if they win on the blue side, they'll have to go red side game 5. They've got to change something. Something's got to give. Top Esports looking like a top team once again as they finish out game 3. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head to game 4. welcome back everybody to the LPL after an explosive third game from Top Esports. I'm joined by Jamada. We head to game number 4. AL will move back to the blue side, I assume, and we'll see if they can continue to fight against what feels inevitable now from Top Esports. Game 1 and game number 3 just so one-sided.
Yeah, I think blue side's OP. But also just generally, I feel like in these games, on the red side, contextually in the series, AO have had some very uphill drafts to work with, but then also not played super well in game 1. Game 3 here, I think just wholly shut down by Top Esports, and blue side was just an addition to the long list of issues they faced in this game. But the main one was also, to me, Cream through this mid lane. I know only 1 kill credit in this game, but the amount of pressure piled on through the mid lane, which then bled into other sides of the map, was what really, I think, was the catalyst for Top Esports to make so many strong plays time and time again.
And I feel like Top Esports were doing this weird thing with the composition where it looks like they don't have that much damage, but everyone's just bringing these small increments that all stacks up, and they end up building kind of a strong pick comp, honestly.
Just don't know if Shank stepped up that much, but you are right. It's the amount of utility and, you know, annoying bits of CC, right? It's these slow-moving bits, like the Daisy knock-up and the Ivern Q mixed in with Poppy. That mixture of CC and, of course, the damage from Ezreal and Lucian, yeah, it just comes at you very, very slowly, and then you just die. Like, it just feels like it just happens. And even in moments like this, like, look, you know, Ala's about to get a pretty nice-looking solo kill. Ivern Shield, 500 heal off of Redemption because it's Moonstone off of another target. And, like, it's just...
It's insane.
Life
Cream literally, like, 300 HP to half health plus shield. Like, what can you do? Ala went for his Fiora, a signature pick. It does not cut the mustard, I'm afraid. It was answered by Top Esports time and time again, and these plays, Jackalum and Cream both doing so much damage in these fights. Fantastic game on the Lucian, considering that the Draven's supposed counter pick came through. This pick especially, Cream just got so much damage down, and Jackalum with the EQ to finish the job.
Yeah, very easy. And I just hope that this isn't a game that kind of tilts AL and sends them off the edge here. And I hope that being able to move back to blue side, because I'm assuming they're on blue side. I'm not sure if we got confirmation. I didn't have my heads on as I came back. TN gets MVP for game number 2, and yeah, I get it. I still think Cream was the catalyst for basically everything that happened in this game. Kind of point blank period. 7% damage, just very cheeky Ivern things. As we're about to watch an Ivern highlight. Okay, he got paid.
1v1.
Look at this kill. 1v1. Yeah. But yeah, in all fairness, loads of really, really good root callers did set up a lot of these plays. So I'll give Tien, you know, he's my alright, I get it vote. But to me, damage is here. Cream really did pull in a shit.
Yeah. And I mean, phenomenal game on that Ivern coming out from Tien. Definitely a deserved MVP, I think. Cream and Jacula would have both been fair shouts. I honestly think Mako had a really good game too.
Yep.
But Tien, when you're playing the Ivern and you're part of every single kill like this and you're saving so many people's lives, I think that is pretty much what you can do as Ivern. I'm not sure there's another way to influence the game, so I think that's a reasonable reason to get the MVP when you're going for that kind of pick. I've got a question now though, is like, do you have to start banning Poppy away from Mako? I feel like Mako's having such influence on this series with the Poppy pick. He's picked it all 3 games. He's got MVP in game number 1. I feel like he had a great game here in game number 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing, being on blue side, you could think about it. I think in all 3 games, this Poppy has been picked very late into the draft by Top Esports too. So it doesn't even have to be an early ban, but maybe Top Esports read into there and they early pick it. But over the champions that they have been locking in, I don't see that happening. So I feel like if AL identify it as an issue, they probably should have the space to ban it away. Doubly so being on blue side and having the freedom of the first 3 bans, not necessarily kind of being locked into Rumble plus, you know, Ashen X, right? So we'll see exactly what they decide to do once we do roll around the draft.
I mean, maybe the answer is just lock in a 0-dash composition, have no mobility across the composition. It's the ultimate answer. Yeah, we'll have to see how AL pivot. Obviously, they did manage to win game number 2 from that blue side. It was a bit closer than these top esport wins have been, but I'm hoping AL can dig deep and go to 5 games here. We did see a bit of a rage split at the end of the game from Ala. He was very aware that game was over. Hopefully, that's not indicative of the mental state of AL right now. Because remember, this is the first year AL have ever made it to playoffs. If they can win this series, they have a chance of making it to the World Championship. It's been such a long road for each of these players. If they all came together on anyone's legend, it would be such a shame to see that story end here and now.
Exactly. AL need to pull out a bit of a blue shell here. Well, I guess top esports are first place, so we'll call it a red shell. And really knock these guys off their kill. Again, being on blue side, I expect here as we get into draft. Let me see it. Let me see the pop up. 3, 2, 1, boom. AL on blue side. All right. So,
do you want a pro tip? Do you want a pro tip?
Yeah.
The lights behind the teams tell you which side they're going to be on. So one side is red and one side is blue, so you can tell before champ select comes up who's on blue side.
Joe, you've been doing this for so much longer than I.
Absolute techers, that. Absolute techers.
Thank you, Sensei.
All right, anyway. Zeri, Misfortune, Leona banned away from AL. The Lilia and the Ashe still taken off the board, but a Rumble gone as well. Kennon's up. First time in the series. Just want to flag that right now. AL are still going to first pick Lucian, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But Kennon has made its way through. Will AL early rotate a top lane carry, even if it's blind? I mean, with Karthus there now, I expect Ala will probably eventually land on an AD top laner, and they're gonna probably steal this Renekton away. I can see this very easily going through. Top esports went towards the Jace, went towards the Ezreal, have the Zyra, so 2 very fast clearing junglers will be present in this one. And even with the Kennon gone, now because of what we see now, again, these 2 hovers make the most sense. Maybe it's a bit of a flag. 2369 to say, go on, lock the Renekton in, or we're taking the Renekton, lock the Jace in, do it. You don't have the cojones. Let's see what 369 is going to do about it. But it's Jackie Love and Tien with their lock-in so far. It could be a top lane answer, but it could be something towards the mid lane instead. Surprised by this long Yasuo. Cream goes for the Gorgie. You could hear the crowd oohing at the Yasuo hover. Cream just playing with their hearts.
Yeah, exactly. As on esports, they don't want to deal with that Kalista lane. They saw what it was capable of in game number 2. Not willing to give over another strong lane pairing like that. I wonder what we will end up with from AL on the bottom side. Though, right now in the meta, Joe, we do see Lucian normally be in the mid lane. I still want to say, it's not like it's impossible to play at bot lane. And into Ezreal, I'd imagine the lane matchup's probably just fine, as long as you get a good support matchup. AL, gonna remove away the Ornn. Probably one more stable pick for 369.
Yeah, I think they're going to ban the Cassante, and they're saying, look, pick the Jace 369, I dare you. Because if you do, we are going under your tower time and time again.
Yeah, I think they will actually just dive him on repeat if he goes towards the Jace. Remove that Cassante away, and I mean, even more enticing, you have Ezreal and you have Corki, you know, like, Jace, it just kind of slots in quite nicely as a bit of a poke champ, you know? And compositionally, it'll make a lot of sense. They would lack frontline, and I think that's probably what 369 and Top esports are thinking about right now anyway. I don't think they're going to bite onto this bait here by anyone's legend. I think they're just going to dig a bit deep about what is there really for our boy here in the top lane. With those prominent picks removed, Gragas. Yeah.
El Clasico.
Yeah. El Clasico.
He was once flamed by Karsa for the pick, but he's practiced since then. And now it's become very much a staple pick for 369. Good neutralizing lane against things like the Jax, things like the Renekton. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Hope gets one of his signatures. Kai'Sa has been banned a couple of times in this series. It's something that Hope has relied on a lot this year, and it will be locked in once more. Things like the Rel also available.
Yeah, Rel's still up pretty decent into the champions Top Esports is showing. Only really Gragas can dissuade and deal with the Rel engage, so I would expect it to get locked in, even over maybe an Alistar. I guess that's the other option here for Kyle, and that's probably the two supports we'll end up seeing in this game. Rakan. Oh, wow, okay. I don't mind this Eve up because
it's the perfect angle again. How does this keep happening? If I had a nickel for every time Mako gets the perfect poppy angle, I now have 4. This is way more than 2. This is not how the quote's meant to go.
Yeah, and this is a really, really it's almost obnoxious how good this poppy game is. But are we actually gonna no 4 games
poppy.
in a row?
He's going poppy. I can feel it. No, he's not.
Wow,
I couldn't feel it at all.
You couldn't feel anything, Joe. Well, AL have given themselves, in my head, what should be 3 lanes of Prio, a Karthus, and pretty solid scaling when it's all said and done. I do feel like Top Esports, just that flat face value, do scale a bit harder. But Karthus against 3 squishies who don't necessarily have access to ways to block the Requiem layer into the game could be a bit problematic. And yeah, I can see a good early game here for AL, as long as they look to set up Croco for Top Esports. It's more of the same from the rest of the series. Strong front to back, good front line, solid engage, but also solid disengage. It's a very versatile set of champions they've got in that regard, their frontliners. So let's see how they're going to use that versatility as we move into game number 4, series point.
Corki Ezreal feels very classically Top Esports as well. It's a combo we've seen a lot from Jackie Love and Knight back in the day. Now Cream stepping up once again. He's been good on the AD carries though. Corki's definitely been a comfortable pick for him. This is against Lucian, which has been a champion that pretty much came in the meta to answer the Corki in those early trades. But Shanks has been having a tough series. One of the most valuable players on this whole roster. He's been a standout for his team. 10 MVPs this year, or this split, far more than anyone else on the team. But can he step up when it matters the most, when his back is against the wall?
I love how the LGD Gyos managed to sneak their way in.
Yep.
On the back.
Every single time there's a big crowd.
Well, Joe, top lane's over. See that? 369's got a graph stack, buddy.
That's true.
It's a Mental War 1.
I mean, he's so tanky now. Look at all that health, and it's all down to that one
all that extra 7 HP.
Whew. Whew. I mean, it's just too much. It's just too much. Let's be serious, though, and talk about these compositions, as we could be entering the final game here for AL's year. But hopefully not. Hopefully we get a bit of silver scrapes for ourselves. Let's talk composition, though, because, as you said, 3 pushing lanes for AL and a Karthus. You expect Croco to have his run of the map.
Yeah, Croco is also going to be starting the top side here of TN. Now, TN is starting on his own moves, so it gives him a bit of flexibility in terms of where he goes. But Croco could also very easily just do the Raptors and then leave. So let's see where he goes, because if Croco hits these Qs, like, you know, people often talk about Karthus as being a very weak early game jungler. I promise you, as soon as he gets that second point in Q, if he doesn't miss, he wins a lot of 1v1s that you wouldn't expect him to actually have an advantage over. And he's going right over here to match TN at these Raptors.
The blast cone from Croco to get here. Can he get in range?
He's gonna fly out of
the smite comes on through, and Croco denies the counter invade from TN. Beautifully done by Croco.
He gets most of it as well. Oh no, he got the whole camp. He didn't even miss a single little chicken, because he got 8 CS there at the bottom. So this is a massive time sink that TN, you know, has invested now to effectively get nothing. So that's a big lead individually that Croco's going to be able to get, because he can just now full clear bot to top with no real worries in the world if he so chooses.
And it's completely nullified. One of the biggest reasons Zyra is such a powerful pick is that really fast first clear and the ability to then influence the rest of the map. I mean, that just doesn't exist for TN in this game now. Really, really nice start from Croco. Great bit of pathing. I think that's one of the biggest strengths AL has had this year, honestly, is Croco has been a fantastic driver of the early game.
Yeah, not only that, you know, you talk about Zyra being the speedster of jungle clears in this patch. Karthus is the original king.
Yeah.
By a long shot. So even as Tien goes up to his red buff now, Croco is basically almost in sync with him as a flash forward.
Flash engaged, level 3 versus level 2. Hope stunned underneath the tower. KL locks a Q though and keeps his AD carry alive. 2 summoners for 2 summoners down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, big wave pressure as well. Hope, he's going to stick around. He's super low. There's no jungler on either side of the map down there because they're both up here. Tien's making his way towards Arla.
Ala's getting solo killed. Ala's getting solo killed by 369. He's 9s all day today.
Could be a dive as well now.
Hope knocked up, but Mako's got a bit deep for this one. Jaculo trying to get these Qs out, and this is while the wave is crashing as well. Hope has to get as much of this CS as he can. AL going to help him do exactly that. AL surviving in the bottom side, but Ala can't say the same.
We can't remember. This is Renekton picked away from 369 early in this draft by anyone's legend, by Arla. And they even flashed the Jace plenty of times and said, go on, buddy, pick a carry matchup. Go ahead. Banned away 2 tank options. Still lands on the Gragas. Still finds a solo kill in this 1v1. And Arla is going to be looking for a little while now as Tien.
Shanks wants Tien here. The movement speed is there. Mako's over the wall. Oh, Shanks not willing to commit for it. Knew that Tien's abilities were coming back off cooldown soon. But will secure the double scuttle for Croc.
Indeed he will. Let's look at this 1v1. There's a dash forward from Arla. Uses the empowered Q. That's Arla. And Gragas, I mean, as 369, he kind of just stands there and takes it because he can. That big old damage proc out of the W plus the grasp is just so hefty. And Renekton just wasn't matching the damage, plain and simple.
It's kind of funny watching the Gragas pro view of him just sort of walking towards him and just hitting each ability, and it just chips him away and out sustains him. Fantastic game so far from 369. The level 1 grass proc comes up in the end and sets up for a solo kill. But in all seriousness, like, 369's had a great series here. Obviously, the one Jace game was definitely all Ala. But aside from that game, it has felt like 369 has been finding the advantage in that top side.
Throughout this entire series, it feels like outside of that Jace game, 369 has had the 1v1 number pretty much all the time. Now, Grubs are spawning up. Croco is on the top side, but so is Tien. Tien has been spotted on vision. I will also add, though, because of...
Oh, no. Ala's rooted while the Grubs are up. I don't know if... I wasn't sure if they would try and commit for a pick, but instead Tien moved over towards the Grubs. It's one taken by AL. Only through there for Ala, but so is Cream. I'm not sure that was a positive trade. And that's a flash away from Ala. Top Esports will claim the other 2 Grubs. And AL really struggling on this top side.
Yeah, this was definitely supposed to be a heist job from AL. 1 grub and out. Arla just makes a bit of an oopsie. Shanks was chunked out in the mid lane. Didn't actually have the opportunity to rotate over, and also Mako was first move over KL, so even being at the grubs first was a bit of a lie there. Fortunately, the worst of it is just losing the flash off of Arla. Shouldn't have too much impact outside of just that top lane 1v1 for the time being.
Very quiet 4th game, and understandably so. I feel like Top Esports are wanting to finish this series clean because we've talked a lot about the stakes for AL, and obviously this is a big one for them. This could be their last game of the year. But for Top Esports, you know, this is a team that came in with massive expectations. This is, by all accounts, a super team. And they've come in as 3rd seed. If they didn't make it to the double elimination, you know, this is an organization that have been towards the top so many times, but only ever won that singular trophy. It would just be so devastating for them not to be able to make it into the top 4 and have that chance to fight once again for the Silver Dragon. It'd be embarrassing for them, honestly, considering the year they've had. Cream forced away by Shanks, but Shanks takes tower shot. Not ideal there, and now with rockets flying on in, Cream has very much control of the mid lane.
Yeah, Shanks is also very much out of mana. I think there is a plant there, just barely off screen, as Croco steals away the blue. Doesn't get caught by the root.
Early on the Stranglethorns
get out
there
there,
TN, forces the flash from Croco, true shot, hits 2, in comes Hope to finish Mako off. Support for support. Cream still hammering out the poke, and so is Jackulov. AL can't stick around.
No, they can't. Just return to posts, reset. Looks like Croco's just going to go back to farming. He's got a full set of jungle respawning up, I believe, so kind of alright with that. But the dragon won't be taken for the time being. Ala, it's not your skull crab, buddy.
Very confidently positioned, but I'm not sure he should be quite as confident as he is. 369 is moving over. He's at least delayed it. TN will clear the ward, will walk away with his life, and will grab that Scuttle Crab. So, all things considered, it works out for Top Esports. With Kyle moving over, I was a little nervous for just a second, but it's all okay in the end.
Ooh, yeah, that root there just barely missing. And look at this. Mako. His flash was just 1 second off, could have followed Croco, but then goes in. Kyle gets absolutely one shot on the way in. That's just the kill trade. 1-to-1, and it's Croco getting that kill, and that's kind of big.
Certainly is. Croco getting ahead of the game is fantastic news for AL. Such good early pathing, and now with the kill as well. He's 500 gold ahead individually. Really, really great year from Croco, honestly. Coming over from the LCK, kind of wanting to prove himself, I guess, in another league. And again, I mean, it'd just be such an incredible story if AL could make it into that top 4, but it's just such a mountain to climb for them. They need to win these 2 games back to back. Certainly going even at very least. But this is definitely the quietest game of the series. Hope and Jackulov want to change that fact as Hope wins out the trade, dodging a Mystic shot there.
Very nice sidestep. So I want to point out that Croco's already finished up his first item, albeit it's the Malignant, so it's very, very cheap as a rush. So expect to see those Requiems start to fly through relatively consistently. As, again, just sniffing out whether or not they have an opportunity to do the dragon here, realistically. But again, it feels like every time we pan to this mid lane matchup, Cream just has a lot more health than Shanks does.
And to be honest, I feel like that's sort of been the story of today. Shanks has been struggling to have that impact in the mid lane. We did ask the question of, Shanks versus Cream. Shanks has been a big player for his team, but can he match up to Cream, who has had an exceptional year? Cream is a player, in my mind, that this is the year for him to prove that he is a top mid laner. All the previous years, his time on OMG, it was him making a name for himself and starting to become a household name within the LPL. This is the year, this is the playoffs for Cream to separate himself from the pack. TP's coming down on the bottom side as Hope uses that ultimate. Requiem comes into play, and Jackulov is taken out of the picture. Hope grabs the kill as Mako is knocked up as well. Do they have the CC to finish the job? I don't think so. TN protects his support as Ala isn't done hunting just yet. And TN looks pretty juicy to him under the tower. Big damage onto the plant as KL gets back out of tower range. But TN doesn't have a way out. The wave is about to crash, and I think he's about to be dived. In the meantime, Croco's been solo killed by 369, and Tank Gragas with 2 solo kills in a single game. Hope answers at least with his second.
All right, Hope 2 kills, but how the hell did that solo kill happen, man? That's Tank Gragas, by the way. It's not AP Gragas.
I don't understand.
We'll get a replay. The LPL observers, they know what they're doing, but this is a fantastic play for AL down here. Get an assist for Croco, 2 kills for Hope. The gold continues to be funneled into the correct places. Static Shiv now picked up for Hope, so that should be lane priority for him wherever they decide to put this Kai'Sa for the immediate future. And that should hopefully start to be able for AL to set up for them to build a platform. Now, how...
Just absolutely bops him. just absolutely bombs him. But how does he kill at this point?
I mean, just,
oh yeah, he just walks under the tower.
Flash
okay.
up.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yo, right balance team, because you guys were at, what was it, 2 or 3 series ago? I know you were there. I knew you had the interview with the ADs, or with the teams. They were like, hey, nerf the ADs. Let's get a look at Gragas again. Let's just get another pass at that guy, eh? Let's get that train rolling.
Definitely full tank. No two ways about it. You can tell by the damage he was doing. And now gets a chance to get a demolish proc down in the bottom lane as well, with 2 grubs working away.
Yo, tasty, tasty.
This is a tank Gragas that's 1,500 gold up in the laning phase. 369. He is mad that he's not had an MVP just yet in this series, and he's about to change that fact. At least he will if he keeps it up like this.
Yep. A level and a half up on Arla right now. I have a feeling, my dear boy, that this Renekton's not going to have much impact, at the very least on this side lane, for a very long time. Maybe a flank layer on down the line, but for now, 369 is he's kind of fathering Arla right now on this side lane.
Our first live adoption here in the LPL. This 369 decides to be Ala's dad. Yeah, tough one for Ala. Up here at the top lane, and he's on the wrong side of the matchup. Oh, God. Requiem comes through. I mean, it's stopped 369 going for it, but honestly, I'm not sure that that really changed the matchup. Touched him. Either way, Croco going to use that first strike. With the Fated Ashes as well. It's a good chunk across the team of Top Esports.
Do you know?
Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on! 369 is toying with Ala's fate here. JackeyLove is hovering towards the bottom side. JackeyLove's moving over. Okay, no, he's going back to the mid lane. Never mind. And Ala gets a heal off. I think Ala's going to be okay.
Much, you know what's like sadder about this 1v1?
What?
Do you know how like most tanks will normally build Bramble Vest to like cut down Renekton's like healing trade back? He doesn't even have Bramble Vest. Like he's just winning these trades that hard. You know, like don't need to cut his sustain if you could just out sustain his sustain. Says 369. Cream TP's down. And it'll be a tower surely, but here's hope to get some damage down alongside Ala. True Barrage is there, and 369 will fall. Huge shutdown for Hope, and Shanks gets one as well. Massive play for AL. Okay. Very good for AO. Very, very huge. That shutdown as well in particular. Going over to Hope. Hope is... He's been spoon-fed this game.
Yeah,
to be frank. He's 302 now. He might have even just bought a second item. Like, Shiv, Boots, pretty cheap combination. Maybe not bought a whole second item, but he's going to be damn close. Yeah, like 1,000 gold away. Off the top of my head, maybe it's like 1.3 with those components towards Guinsoo's. He's chilling.
He certainly
in this
is.
game. He's going to be super fed, diving into the backline whenever he's granted the opportunity now.
Not that much sustain on the side of Top Esports as well. If I'm assuming this is going to be that AP variant of the Kai'Sa, where you go the Rageblade second, you go into your AP with a Requiem coming down from Croco as well. That's going to be problematic for Top Esports if this goes long. Gold lead firmly in favor of AL. 4 grubs as well. And Drake is up on the map. Herald slammed down to try and get pressure there for AL.
Charge will come through. Unlike the Herald of last game. Also the game before. You guys know what Herald I'm talking about if you've been here for the whole series. And I hope you have. It's been a very fun one.
It must have been game 2 because it was Top Esports, I think, on the red side. Yeah. But maybe I'm going crazy, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know why I asserted that when I'm really not sure. Just in caster mode, just confidently say anything. And
just say anything, and it'll get proven wrong later on Twitter. Hello!
Mako says,
goodbye.
Go in! Requiem down, though, to try and answer, but it's not quite enough damage. Culling comes through. JackeyLove protecting his support.
Ooh,
he finally has one, and he loves it. Turns it around onto Kyle, and that'll be Drake for TES.
Goodness me. What a snap moment there from Top Esports. Mako as well squeaks out. 1 HP. I can't quite remember who was blocking that culling, but I think Mako's going to give him a big old hug after this game.
It was
Just in
JackeyLove.
their second dragon.
His very own AD carry.
His very own AD carry. Now, boys, I don't like top laners as much as the next guy.
Oh, wait a second! 369 ults the wave, clears this one out. Shanks is butted under by Mako. 369 flashes to get a knockup, doesn't actually have the damage, and now Shanks gets a chance himself. Oh, wailing away onto 369, but doesn't have the damage. This Shiv not hitting as hard as a Kraken Slayer.
It's me. Oh! Okay. Scary.
This is a scary game. There's a lot of knife's edge play in this game from both teams. They both know quite how important this game 4 is. Top don't want to go to 5, but AL certainly do.
Horror story game. Could you imagine a League of Legends horror just to debunk? We've been so serious today, Joe.
Yeah, the Fiddlesticks trailer.
Okay, true. Never mind. Really good engage from Mako. I forgot about that trailer. It's so good. The Requiem comes down. It's a lot of damage, but of course, Unbreakable Will, so Shanks has to culling. But Jackie Love blocks just about 80% of it, and then Kyle eats a Q, eats an ore, and I think also a Q from the Corki and an E forward from Jackie Love. Settles that score.
Great fight from Jackie Love. Like blocking the culling, using that barrier to protect Mako, and then sees the angle to go aggressive at the end of the play as well. His Ezreal is just so clean, man. It's so clean. Feels like Ezreal, a premium pick in the patch right now as well. Jackie Love is loving every second of it. 5-5 though as we broach the 20-minute mark, and it's 2 Drakes towards top esports. But Baron spawning onto the map soon. We've got a Karthus and we've got a Zyra in the game. Baron is always an option for these two teams.
Yeah, double AD carries, but
There's
also
a Requiem.
Requiem, 10
What's the
gold.
first strike?
First strike.
60
58.
gold.
Oh, I was so close. 3 gold off.
Nice try.
I know my first strike values. I know him. But, yeah. I imagine Croco's just gonna continue to cast R when there's like nothing going on. It's kind of the point of First Strike Malignants. They have nerfed the gold income from First Strike many times this year, actually. But it's still something you can just do. If you know you're not gonna need it for an objective, might as well throw it around. It's only like a 90-second cooldown at this point in the game. Malignants. And I assume also Ultimate Hunter, might as well stack them both. Though Treasure Hunter, also a good gold income. And I'm not gonna bore you with the cards inside and outs. As a Dominus, he's got the Empowered Blast Cone.
Okay. I mean, he's got a long way to go
You
to
won't.
get onto Jackie Love.
You won't.
He actually won't.
I don't think he will. Yeah.
He's just gonna pretend none of this ever happened. Okay, Blast Cone's into the mid lane.
Hey,
Full
guys,
rage
don't worry
bar.
about why I now have full rage in the middle of mid lane when I haven't been in combat for the last 30 seconds. Nothing
I was
strange.
fighting the
happened in that
wolves, I
bush.
swear.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? There was an attempt. A for effort, D for execution there for Alec, unfortunately. Definitely not having the best of the top lane, is he? Tough one. But I will say, top esports, they're kind of chilling. Like, they've got their 2 items now on Cream and Jackie Love, absolutely matching between the 2 AD carries there. They've got 2 items on TN. They're quite happy for this to be a bit of a longer game. That's okay for them. But I'd say that's true for AL as well. You know, Croco is very happy with a long game. Hope very happy to go to 6 items AP Kai'Sa. You know, like, I feel like we could have a bit of a stalemate for quite a while with no significant threat of Soul anytime soon.
Yep, and if we do end up with this long stalemated game, regardless of the result, well, actually the result's kind of important for what I'm about to say. Just spare a thought and a prayer for JDG, who are still sat on the sidelines, awaiting the result. No doubt watching the series. AL, of course, again, remember, if they win, JDG are out of regional qualifiers. No worlds for them.
Yagao sat back in his lazy boy, smoking his cigarette, drinking his Red Bull, watching the series.
I just imagine every time AL win a fight, it's just the nails emote.
Do you know, imagine if you're Yagao here, like, do you want top esports to win? Are you willing to miss worlds for your old nemesis in 369, in Jackie Love, in TN, to see them fall short? I don't know which one would be sweeter for Yagao, honestly. Probably go to worlds, let's be honest.
Probably go to worlds, yeah. Alright, Dragon's up, Joe. 3rd dragon of the game. Top esports have 2. AL have none. AL would love to stop this dragon stacking, but you know what they could also do? They could also just go murder this big purple worm in like 3 seconds because they've got 2 AD carries and a Karthus. They have been spotted, like you say, so they're going to have to drop off it. But in a second, they took off 3k HP. So do with that information what you will.
Okay, Requiem pre-fight here. That's a nice little chunk onto top esports. What do we get in? 70 gold! 10 more than last time. Or 9 more, I can't count.
Actually 9. It's okay, this is hard.
I mean, AL sort of in a position to rinse repeat, but there is a ward in the Baron pit, so top esports would have full information. Neither team really willing to commit, but AL are starting to get chunked. I mean, Croco down to less than half his HP, same for Hope.
Okay.
But the redemption out from KL.
I think that was actually out of vision as well. And now that ward's gone, top esports have to continually just be weary.
Blue trinket available for Jackie Love. Manko just drops a ward into the pit. And AL, I mean, to be honest, a pretty weak attempt on the Baron, while Cream just does the Drake on the other side of the map. Top esports, they eat macro like that for breakfast.
We get a tower as well out of this. A little bit of mid-game shenanigans here from AL. Gonna cost them a tower. Soul point, not the most impactful thing right now, but I tell you what, in 4 minutes and 50 seconds, it certainly might be. And also Chemtech Soul, probably the best Soul against Karthus, question mark? I'm not sure.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe Mountain Soul, I don't know what the maths would work out to be, but you know, low HP against
I guess it depends on what
Soul.
your items are.
Yeah,
as
I guess
well.
what your... Yeah.
Obviously, for 369, Mount Soul is pretty poggers, dare I say, as the kids say these days. I believe I've been informed.
I don't even think they say poggers anymore. I think
no.
Yeah, I think they're Joe. We're getting old, man.
You say we, like with this substantial gap in our age. If you're getting old, I'm ancient.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not going to say yes or no to that one.
I was going to say it's been a while since I was young and cool, but let's be honest, I was never cool. I'm a League of Legends player.
You're cool in my heart, Joe. That's what matters.
That wasn't I wasn't looking for validation there. It was just meant to be funny. Either way, I mean, very even game. Very, very even game. And I like that Hope is having a great game for himself as well, because I feel Hope has had pretty tough series, same for Shanks, and they're two of the players that I was most excited for on this roster, because when you look at Hope's history, I mentioned it a few times across the split, but I'll say it again for anyone that hasn't heard it before. You know, started on EDG, had a pretty good year, I'd say, for a rookie at least, and then was replaced by Viper, one of the best AD carries in the world over from Korea. And then went over to JDG and had a pretty good year for himself, I'd say, getting some international games in and whatnot. And then was replaced by Ruler, one of the best Korean AD carries in the world, jumping over to the LPL. So now, AL, he's had a pretty good year, I'd say. I'm just saying, Gumayushi pays, AL
Guma pays,
looking for a top-level Korean AD carry.
Look, I love you guys. Stay in the LCK. Let Hope get
Give him a chance, man. Give him
a chance, man.
Yeah, he has had a pretty tough day today, though, it has to be said. I think his split overall has been pretty good. Today, he's had some awkward moments, walking up, getting caught. But this game, 3-0-2, has his Kai'Sa. This is his moment to really show the world what he's made of and show everyone why AL are in the top 6 right now. Why they deserve a shot at that double elimination. TP behind enemy lines from Ala. This time, the Dominus will work out. This time, it's set up, but Kael's just evaporated before my very eyes. Ala late on the flank. He's trying to get in, but he's 1v4 at the moment. 369 arrives to turn it 1v5. It's an unmitigated disaster for AL.
And that'll be Baron off the back of this play here for Top Esports. The game has been on a knife's edge. Croco's here, he's got flash. Not worth it. His call.
Oh
He's
no.
even gonna smite those, and now they're on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, Croco's doomed,
Even
isn't
worse. Yep, goodbye. Oh.
And there we go, one last auto for Cream. Finishes the job. It's Baron. It's a bunch of kills, and it is pretty much everything Top Esports could ask for. They're already on Soul Point with Drake up in 90 seconds time. And what was an even game is now looking incredibly tough for AL.
Here's the flank from Ala, but I mean, it's all about the engage here. Kyle flashes on to Mako here to try and get the W, but Jackie Love just flashes back, dodges it all, and Jackie. That's kind of it. I do agree, it was a whole bunch of damage. But yeah, no one can really get in. Hope was backing off. Ala just felt like he had to go. And if he kills Tien, maybe there's no Baron, you know, takedown from Top Esports and 369, so you can definitely respect the idea of going in for that kill, but doesn't quite find the lethal damage. And now that's Baron in the back pocket of Top Esports. Dragon very soon, Soul, and the prospects of AL.
Yeah,
bringing this to a game 5 are slowly dwindling.
Top Esports, they've got that Baron. They're one of the most efficient teams with the Baron in the entire game. They're so good at taking these objectives, and with a Corki Ezreal comp as well. It's not like the comp's not good at sieging. They're going to pressure in both mid lane and bot lane, and both inhib towers barely surviving, although the bot lane calls me a liar as it falls. And Top Esports very much on the cusp here. All of those stories of the AL players could be ending, as it's 2 inhibitors. Mako chunked in the Requiem will finish the job. That's 1 for AL.
They have to chase this down.
The Prey Seeker doesn't land, the Void Seeker even. As Hope can't really find a way in. Kael can't find a flank because it's warded. They got 1 pick onto Mako. Oh no, Kael is caught by the roots! And Top Esports, they lose Mako, they answer in kind onto Kael. That will be Soul, short of a miracle for AL.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to fight here in this choke for the red buff. We'll go for Top Esports, and now that'll be Dragon. Soul point. AL, valiant effort. With Mako dead, they thought they could make the chase down work, but very smart bit of usage from the blue ward. They catch Kyle looking for that wide wrap around, and yeah, AL again, opportunity potentially to bring themselves back into the game forward.
Yeah. And I feel like Top Esports, they're just so good at playing this methodical style, because this feels like the slowest game of the series so far, but honestly, the second they have an advantage, the game just ends. So their average game time, even though they've played these slow games all year, their average game time's like 31 minutes. Like, they still close games damn fast. They get that Baron, they take 2 inhibs and Soul off the back of it. And now, poised to take the game and the series, poised to push themselves into top 4, and to also keep their old rivals JDG alive in the race for worlds.
Could you believe it? JDG, they've probably been screaming and shouting as much as the coaching staff of Top Esports every time Top Esports wins a fight.
Yeah.
No doubt, as they're looking to continue to
Here we go.
stamp authority here.
Mako ended his EDG legacy to be a part of this team. Cream came over from OMG to be a part of this. 369 left the JDG Super Squad to rejoin this team. And right now, they're about to broach that double elimination once again. They're going to go back into that all too familiar top 4 in the LPL. As the 3rd inhib is broken, the base in shambles for AL. They have one last opportunity, one last ditch defense.
They have to find something magical. Kyle's got to find the back line. Arla's got to get in there, and Hope's got to assassinate a Squishy. That's it, but the time's running out. They've got to pull the trigger soon.
It's a team effort from Top Esports. As in goes Ala. Mako denies his engage. Cream escapes as well, as Ala now chunked, knocked up, and will be finished off. 369 escapes the top side of the play. Requiem onto 369 and Mako, but it's just not enough. And Top Esports will find those Nexus towers. They will find AL's members' hope sent back onto the fountain as Top Esports remind everyone who they are and what they stand for. To the top indeed.
Top 4 secured for Top Esports, and AL's year is finished. What a dominating performance it has been from Top Esports today.
Just look at the faces. Mako's got a grin. No one else shows a single emotion on Top Esports. Cold as ice. It's just another day in the office. They'll take a bow. Top Esports victorious once more, and will make it into the top 4 bracket, which means their next opponent will be LNG. That is going to be such an incredible series. Top Esports, it felt like a pretty rough start to the series, honestly, especially game 2. Feels like they warmed into things as the series went on, and I cannot wait to see 5 games between them and LNG.
Me neither. LNG have ramped up spectacularly into the summer split. And the Top Esports is frightening as this. Against an LNG as sharp as how they're playing right now.
Yeah.
That can only deliver. Can't wait for that top 4 bout to start.
It's going to be incredible. I cannot wait to see just how far this Top Esports roster can go, this super team. And commiserations to AL as well. I think it's worth just taking a moment and appreciating the year that they have had. This is the first time the organization has ever made it to playoffs, and the team have done an incredible amount to make it into round 3. And honestly, I just hope that we can see more time from this roster, because I don't feel that any one player needs to be substituted on this team. I feel like there are some issues, and you know, against Top Esports, a lot of teams are going to have issues, right? But I feel like this is a roster that really could grow, and I would love to see them give it another go in 2025.
As would I, rather. I don't think there's much to change. I think a lot can still be developed with this roster, and ideally, if they would like to give it a go in 2025, I really think they should.
The option they've got is superstar Korean AD carry. That's the historical record for teams with home.
Man, I wonder whether Paze's contract is running out, or whether Guma's. Yeah, I wonder what's going on over there in the.
I don't know if do you know. Previously though, it was you know, EDG that was making that kind of roster move. JDG. I don't know if AL quite has the budget that those two organizations have been playing with. So, yeah, maybe Hope's finally safe on a roster. But either way, AL, a fantastic year for them, it has to be said. And I think still a highlight end to the year. They may not make it to the World Championship, but they were that close. They were within touching distance. And like, I think considering the players on the roster and the expectations at the start of the year, I feel like they finished pretty much where expectations were. It would have been nice to see them go a little bit further, but I think that they can be happy with how the year has gone. I hope they're not too disheartened with this performance, and I really do hope we get another try from them next year. The Top Esports, I mean, they'll be happy with that one. I say that, they were totally emotionless as they left the stage. And that's just Top Esports in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of is. Job's done for today. The job for the split itself is still not finished. That's their mentality, it seems like, because really solid game. I wonder who's going to get MVP. I feel like 369 had so many funny moments, as well as just the solo kills, you know. That he's likely going to snag that one away for himself. But Jackie Love damage, quite absurd this game. You saw it in bursts quite frequently. I didn't quite catch if he had the highest on the team. Actually, well, 33%, so yeah, he did. Absolutely fantastic game from him as well to round out the night.
I mean, 369, 2 solo kills on tank draggers. It's just, it begs belief, doesn't it? It really does. But a team win, all in all, for the side at Top Esports. And the fights, once they actually started, felt quite one-sided towards Top Esports.
Yes, they did. And I think it was really just the lack of ability for Kyle to find, you know, the initial setup to really enable Hope to dive in consistently. Like, these are one of the few times where we really saw it, and, you know, it's super early on into the game, you know. And, oh, wow, T-Tors, okay. Huge.
T-Tors just in time to see Croco get absolutely bopped by 369.
Yeah. Poor Croco. Poor Croco.
Yeah, I mean...
But again, fantastic game, 369.
Some good plays in the early game from AL, it has to be said. Really good TP plays coming out from Shanks and from Ala in the previous clip as well. I feel like when it comes to the laning phase and playing side lanes, AL are actually really good at that. But when it comes to team fights, top esports are on another level.
Yeah, they have been. And they're going to have to bring that another level into the next series, of course, against LNG, who have, yeah, they've not been slouches, have they? At all, in those team fighting setups, at all. And I expect that they will, of course, now have that Guardian Angel, the extra life. Even if they do end up falling to LNG, which I'm not sure how you feel about that series. I think I know how I feel, even though LNG went 7-1. I have a feeling top esports, I'm going to let that one slide. Still having that extra, well, beat is going to go the distance for them.
I mean, you know me. It's LNG versus top esports. Who am I going to predict? Let's be honest. It's going to be top esports every day of the week. They could have just barely made it out this series. I'm still predicting top esports. So, yeah, I mean, look, fair enough. But I will say as well, JDG, I don't know how they've done it. I really don't know how they've done it. I think that's one of the biggest stories coming out of this series is that JDG have made it into regionals. I think their run towards the end of this split and in playoffs was lackluster, to say the least. We'll see how they do in regionals. They got plenty of time to prepare, plenty of time to regroup and figure out the patch and figure out what they want to do. They could still be a top 4 team that represents the LPL on the world stage.
Yep, and they've got a lot of time to prep because the matchup is locked. It's NIP that they're going to be playing against in the lower bracket semi-final. So you now know who you're playing.
And you know what?
When you're playing.
It's NIP versus JDG in the lower bracket. And guess what? That was the series that knocked JDG out in the playoffs. It was 5 full games. I fully expect that to... that'll either be a banger or one of these teams like cooks something up that completely answers whatever we saw in the previous version of this matchup. I tell you what, though. Yagao versus Rookie again. It's just inevitably going to be a bit of a banger.
Yeah, no, it will be. It's Revenge Tour, and I have to watch my GOAT not potentially lose. He's going to knock JDG out. That's right, Rookie's going to do it. Anyway, 1st of September, that'll be the date, so make sure you jot that down in your calendar. A few weeks away. But yeah, like you said, if you're a JDG fan, today you won as well.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And if you're an LNG fan, I'm sure you're waiting with bated breath for that matchup against top esports. That'll be in a couple of days' time. As we move up to the upper side of the bracket next in the LPL, we'll go into BLG versus Weibo. The top 4 are officially decided, though. How exciting is that? We're getting late on into playoffs already. And our MVP for that final game, it's 369. 2 solo kills on Tank Gragas in a single game. I'm not sure he was the most impactful player across the whole game, but honestly, just the solo kills alone is enough for me.
Yeah, I agree. The solo kills really sell this MVP. Just, again, the context of the series as well. You know, 369 had been more or less handling Arla with a bit of assistance from very strong lane assignments in Game 3 when dealing with the Fiora. But Arla had that one pop-off game, right, on the Jace, on the carry. And then this draft, at that 3rd pick, AL, they were hovering the Renekton, they were hovering the Jace, and they were kind of like teasing 369ers to say, go ahead, lock a carry matchup, let's go carry, and let's see how you really do.
I mean, 369
said, nah, I'd win.
That is his carry. That is a carry matchup to 369 with kills like that. Who cares if you've got damage items? And nearly saved Croco with the ult at the end of the highlights there. But either way, fantastic game from 369. Only his 3rd MVP of the split. But to be honest, I feel like it's not been a very exciting top lane split. And look at the rest of his team. Like, you're already hard-pressed to get MVPs when you're on this top esports roster. And then you're playing tanks as well. Pretty hard going to get yourself those MVPs. But he manages to do it here in game number 4 against AL.
What can you say? I mean, yeah, you could even argue, I don't know, who would you give the series MVP? If there was a series MVP, who would you give it to? Because I feel like 369 could almost be there, but I would also say Mako. I'd probably say Mako first.
Yeah. For me, it's Mako. I think his poppy performances were absolutely fantastic. But that rounds us out for today. Let's take a look at our results as it was a 3-1 to AL. Sorry, 3-1 to Top Esports over AL at the end of the day. Let me just quickly retcon that and rewrite history. Top Esports, fantastic performance, showing why they are the 3rd seed and why they belong in that top 4. But let's take a look then at our bracket and what's coming up ahead of us, because tomorrow we've got plenty more action with BLG versus Weibo. It's going to be a hell of a series. There's no two ways about it. BLG's debut here in playoffs, up in that double elimination. Weibo looked fantastic against NIP, but can they look fantastic against the #1 seed of the LPL? That's it's a tough question to answer.
Yeah, and hey, look, if you know me, you know I'm a hater of the fraud mode. So I'm waking up tomorrow. I'm ready for a BLG win. And we'll see how quick the series will be. In all seriousness, though, it should be a pretty fun series to watch because Weibo will they'll do the unexpected, won't they, Joe? They did it all of last year, and I'm expecting that exact same shenaniganery tomorrow and moving forward in the playoffs.
Yeah, it should be a good one. But that is going to be it from us. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Jamada. It's been a pleasure to bring you these games. And congratulations once again to Top Esports for making it to the top 4. That's going to be it from us now, though. I will see you on the cast tomorrow. But Jamada will see you in chat for Weibo versus BLG. And until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
Thank you.